Hello everybody and welcome into my latest live stream. It is Friday. It's already Friday. That means it's only 2 days to Christmas. It's December 23rd, 2022. My name is Kerry Holzman and thanks you guys for tuning in. Today we're going to talk about routers, Wi-Fi routers, access points, extenders, repeaters. No such thing as a repeater. Panoramic Wi-Fi. No such thing as panoramic Wi-Fi. We'll talk about proper industry terms versus marketing terms, what it all means, access points. Oh boy, what else do we have? There's a lot of technology terms and it's so confusing because nobody can agree, first of all, on what to call it. Manufacturers will go out of their way to make up their own words, what they think is going to be better understandable to the average consumer. All it's doing is confusing the consumer. So let's see if we can clarify some of that without getting too complicated today. If you are in the chat room, if you come with Wi-Fi questions, this is the place to get them answered. And hopefully we can clarify what is what and how many of these things are all the same called by different names. Now look, we do this all the time in life. We have a car, we have an automobile, we have a vehicle, we have a sedan, we have horseless carriage. Does anybody call it a horseless carriage anymore? It's the same thing. We give some, I don't know why we give stuff the same thing multiple names. We do this. I'm sure there's a word for it, but probably only one. Anyway, thank you to my friends for hanging out with us in the chat, joining early. A shout out to our early contributors like Larry Hall with a super chat of $20. Larry says, Merry Christmas, everyone, from Yahats, Oregon. Thank you, Larry. Make sure that Larry has moderator status in here. Paul O'Brien contributes €10. Paul wants to know, hey, Kerry and chat, happy Christmas, everyone. Looking forward to tonight's live show. Kerry, can you or anyone in the chat give me advice on how to set up a D-Link router as an access point? There's nothing specific about a D-Link router setting up as an access point. All routers set up as an access point the same, and you shouldn't use it as an access point, and I'll tell you why. Access points, I'm going to tell you why later, but the little shortcut here is that access points and extenders are old technology. It's way better using mesh, and mesh is very affordable. You've got to try it to see it to believe it. Let's keep going. Let me keep going through the chat here. We'll come back to that as it fits into the lesson that we're going to go through today. Winston Liu with $2 Canadian. Hey, Winston. Winston says Happy Hanukkah and Merry Christmas. Hey, back at you, my friend. Thank you for the contribution. Peter Lycock. Hey, there's Buster. He says, contributes 50 pounds as usual in the super chat. He says, good evening, Kerry and everyone in the chat. With all the best from Bonnie, Scotland, where the temperature in Edinburgh is 42 degrees Fahrenheit, which is 6 degrees Celsius, and heavy rain. Oh, sounds lovely. Let's get on a plane. Let's go to Scotland.
Please.
All right. I got to get my passport renewed. Thank you, Peter. Winston Liu is a member now for 6 months. Right on. And Carmelo Lopez just became a member for 1 month. Already a month. Wow. Thank you, Carmelo and Winston. You guys rock. I'm still scrolling through the chat. Zach Bischoff says, hello, Kerry, watching from a very cold Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. It's a -3 degrees Fahrenheit. It feels like -13. You okay over there?
No.
Ron Barnish says, my furnace comes on every 10 minutes. Maybe just leave it on. Mark Karitz, he's been a member for a month. Hello to Mortant and Bradley Morris and Chris Johnson. Welcome into Dorado Systems and Paul Garrett. Johannes Jokrig. I'm not quite sure how to pronounce that name, but I'm sure I butchered it. Good evening from Zwolle in the Netherlands.
Nice.
Right on. Broadcasting around the world here. Alan Linda says, hello, Kerry, and happy holidays. Mark Carhart with a $50 Super Chat contribution. Very generous, Mark. Thank you so much. Mark says, good afternoon, Carrie, and everyone in the chat. Have a Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year. Of course, thank you. Back at you, my friend. I hope everybody has a happy holiday season, whatever you celebrate. If you don't celebrate anything, I hope you'll find a reason to take a moment of having gratitude for what you have versus focusing on what we don't have, and find a reason to be happy, or at least not be angry. It's a challenge, but it's worth it. Sometimes I have to work on that. Elite Computer Solutions became a supporter. Right on. Thank you, Elite Computer Solutions. Welcome into the Tech Club here at my channel. Somehow I was giving this a name, and it doesn't have a name. All right, the Tech Club. And Elite Computer Solutions contributes $5, says, Merry Christmas, everyone. And hey, Uncle Carrie. Oh, he says ECS is his Elite Computer Solutions, in parentheses, ECS. ECS made these motherboards. They were just the worst. So if I get a little tingle or the hairs stand up on the back of my neck when I hear ECS, it's nothing to do with you. Whew. That was some tough times working on those systems, let me tell you. All right, Chris Johnson in the chat. Hayden Wadsworth joins us. There's our good buddy Michael Dane and Garfield Rupe. Mats Olaf joins us from Sweden. And just a bunch of other people that, if I keep listing everybody's names, we're never going to get started. So I'm sorry if I've scrolled past you, but we will hopefully, throughout these broadcasts, we'll mention your name and say hello to you. I appreciate each and every one of you. We have an amazing community here online that is the best part of the channel. Not my content, it's not me. It's you guys. So I appreciate that we have built a community of like-minded, kind individuals that are not limited by any borders. And to bring us all together in a place where we can share our interest and be kind and supportive to one another is, it's like finding hen's teeth on the internet. So what I have in front of me is a mesh routing system. Now, when we talk about mesh routers, the reason people would want a mesh router is typically for coverage. A lot of people, ever since Wi-Fi came out, a lot of people have trouble getting Wi-Fi in certain areas of their house or of an office building. And this has been going on since day one. And since day one, the routers have become more powerful. They're new technologies like beamforming, different channels such as 5 gigahertz, enabling higher speeds and less congestion, resulting in better performance, but shorter range. The higher the channel is, the shorter the range is, but also the less crowded it is because the signals don't go as far to interfere. So you don't have to be a rocket surgeon to understand. That's the thing, right? Rocket surgery?
Science.
Brain
scientist.
Brain science? Rocket surgeon. Anyway, you don't have to. I want to simplify this because that's what the manufacturers are ultimately trying to do. They're trying to simplify this stuff in the retail space, in the consumer space, so that you don't need to hire somebody or you're not so intimidated by it. And of course, they've just failed miserably, in my opinion, by not agreeing on what we're calling the stuff. So yes, mesh in and of itself is agreed upon, but then there's different kinds of mesh. Oh boy, yes. TP-Link has something they call OneMesh. Asus has something they call AiMesh. Netgear has something they call nothing. Netgear just has mesh, but their regular routers, unlike TP-Link and Asus, don't have a mesh mode, which sucks, in my opinion, because that means if you buy the router, a Netgear, regular old Netgear router, and you're finding it's not meeting your needs, what choice do you have but to buy some other router or access point or extender, repeater, whatever they want to call it, and it doesn't work as well, quite frankly. Nowhere near as well as a proper mesh system. Now, you can buy many, but not all, Asus routers have this ability to go into AiMesh mode, but they can only go into AiMesh mode with another ASUS router that supports AiMesh mode. TP-Link's OneMesh only works with an extender or what they call a repeater. It will not work with another router, and it has to be from TP-Link, and they only have fewer than a dozen routers that support this mode, but it gets the job done. And these extenders repeaters are typically less expensive than routers. But then TP-Link decided they're getting a lot of heat or whatever for not supporting interacting with two routers made by TP-Link. So they've adopted something called EasyMesh. Okay. EasyMesh was a standard that all manufacturers could interoperate with. Imagine that. And a ASUS router and a TP-Link router could connect together in a mesh system using an open protocol called EasyMesh. That was introduced 4 years ago. And I've never seen anything until August from TP-Link adopted into their routers. So if you buy a TP-Link router, especially one of the newer ones, you may see the option to put the router in what they call bridge mode or OneMesh mode or EasyMesh mode. And if you have a TP-Link router and it doesn't have those options, check for a firmware update, because what TP-Link is doing is they're adding the EasyMesh feature. This whole thing is a big mesh. They're adding the mesh feature through a firmware update. And if we go to the TP-Link website, we can see which routers either support or will support it. They'll say upcoming. And that just means at some point they're planning to release a firmware update. Now, if ASUS would jump on the bandwagon, if Netgear would jump on the bandwagon, Netgear's routers have the ability to do this. Netgear is making a marketing decision, not an engineering decision, but a marketing decision where they're basically saying, if you want a Wi-Fi router, buy a Wi-Fi router. And if you want a mesh, buy a mesh. Now, they look very, very different. You can tell a Wi-Fi router from a Wi-Fi mesh system because a Wi-Fi mesh system usually consists of 2 or 3 total units in one package. So like this right here, this is a modern mesh system from TP-Link. And what you get are these, we can call them nodes. And each of these nodes, and this will vary based on the make and model, this specific model has 3, maybe I can get a close-up of this. Let me try something. I'm going to try something I haven't done in a long time. Let's see if it works. Camera 2. Oh, geez, that worked. Okay. Each of these have 3 Ethernet jacks on the back. So the idea is, and again, this varies from one manufacturer to the next, but in this particular instance, talking about this system, you would plug your cable modem or your current router into any of these 3 ports on one of these units. And that becomes your main unit. Doesn't matter which one you use. And there's a power adapter. They're all the same. You plug it in. You take another unit and you go plug that into another room or another floor if you have a multi-floor house. And then you've got a third unit. You don't have to use it, but why not use it? Same thing. Plug it into another floor. Now, let's say, for example, you've got a computer that doesn't have Wi-Fi. You don't want to add a Wi-Fi card. Well, put this somewhere near that computer, or maybe your Synology NAS that no longer supports Wi-Fi since version 6.2 of DSM, and just run the Ethernet cable from your computer or your NAS into any one of these 3, and then this communicates with this and this, and it all happens seamlessly as you walk from the 2nd floor to the basement. Your device, your laptop, your phone, your tablet automatically switches to the strongest signal seamlessly without any interaction from you. Now, an access point, sometimes you have to manually switch back and forth. An access point, it gets a little bit more technical with how you have to configure it. So put it this way. If you like the technical stuff, if you like to get into that, I feel sorry. But if that's what you like to do, set up an access point. If you just want it to work and you don't want to invest hours and time of configuration and fine tuning, Just get a mesh system. It's plug and play, super easy, and they're inexpensive, in many cases cheaper. So this mesh system, wait, let me go back to the big camera. This mesh system right here is $229 on Amazon. I think I have the page up here. Now I have links for everything I'm going to discuss today in my video notes below the video. Let me bring up my window capture. I'm going to show you the Amazon website as it sits today, December 23rd, 2022. Bear in mind, inventory and models may change in the future, as do prices. They fluctuate regularly. Okay, so that's your common disclaimer. Furthermore, I'm not paid by TP-Link, nor have I ever been paid by TP-Link. Everything I'm showing you today, I have paid for with the money that this YouTube channel generates through your Super Chat contributions. TP-Link doesn't even know my name. But in order for me to explain this, I need to have an example. And if I choose examples from different manufacturers, it's going to make it really hard for this lesson to be taught effectively because they all have certain ways of doing things. So in this video, I'm going to focus strictly on TP-Link. And I want you to know that all the little details may be different when it comes to ASUS or Netgear. And as I mentioned, Netgear offers a mesh system, but they do not offer a router with a mesh option, which is, I mean, these are routers, don't get me wrong. I'm talking about just a regular Wi-Fi router with the antenna sticking out. As far as I know, to the best of my knowledge, Netgear does not compete in this market as ASUS and TP-Link do. Now, I'm not getting into other manufacturers like D-Link and Linksys because, quite frankly, I don't recommend them. If I won't recommend them in my business, I'm not going to recommend them to you. So again, we're going to focus on TP-Link, not because they're a sponsor, because they're not, but because if I can show you how it all works with TP-Link and we can first understand that, then in future videos, when I go to show you ASUS's AiMesh and how that works, then I hope that'll be easier for you to understand, but they don't cross-pollinate. So they each think they have a better way of doing it. And the key is in what it's called. Is it called OneMesh? Is it called AiMesh? Is it called EasyMesh? Is it simply called mesh? Right? So mesh means pretty much everything that you need is in the box. Here's the way a router works. It doesn't matter if the router's a big square thing with 2 antennas, 4, 6, 8. It has nothing to do with it. All those antennas and the size of the router have to do with how big of a bubble it's going to make. See, radio waves are going to come out of this. Some people think these radio waves are bad for you, but AM and FM radio are broadcasting constantly. Police and fire departments and airplanes are broadcasting constantly. You are being bombarded with radio waves everywhere you go. It would be like somebody saying the power lines are bad for you. And yet, how can you go anywhere and avoid power lines? Even if you said, hey, listen, I'm not going to have power lines in my house because they make me feel sick. You couldn't leave your house. Everywhere you go, there's power, and people like it. Well, that's what's happening with Wi-Fi. When electricity was first invented, there's some buildings that had it, some buildings that didn't. If you went into a supermarket and it didn't have lights on, you probably wouldn't shop there. You expect there to be electricity, and if they don't, it's like, well, that's weird. All right, so that's what's happening with Wi-Fi. Over time, it will just be everywhere. Now, when you hear the stuff about 3G, 4G, 5G, that's cell phone data communication. That has nothing to do with Wi-Fi. 3G, 4G, and 5G, just to deal with your cell phone. Does this get confusing yet? Because there was, a few years ago, a type of Wi-Fi called 802.11g. So you'd say, well, if it's got a G on the end of it, that's for the cell phone. That's easy to remember. There'll be a 6G and a 7G and an 8G. That'll always be about your cell phone. But there was a G in Wi-Fi, but they're totally unrelated, not even in the same family. Totally different technologies. It's maddening to try and teach this when the manufacturers do this to us. So instead of calling things 802.11g, 802.11n, 802.11ac, that still kind of sticks around, but they decided we'll call it Wi-Fi 5 and Wi-Fi 6 and Wi-Fi 7, so that'll make it easier for the average consumer to know. except that they also came out with Wi-Fi 6E. Does your head hurt yet? Basically, the bigger the number, the more modern the system. The more modern the system, the better performance, the better range, the better speed, the better security, the more features, and probably more money, right? You're going to buy this year's model. It's going to cost you more than last year's model. You can save a lot of money buying last year's model. But do you need the best? Are you one of those people that just never has enough? Then you're not about saving money, my friend. You're about getting the best. I don't find any reason to spend the extra money for Wi-Fi 6E. I think it's a complete waste of money. And when Wi-Fi 7 comes out in the first quarter of next year, it'll do no benefit for me in the way I use the internet. And I'm a pretty powerful user. I use my computer probably in more often and in more ways than most average people. The only thing I have in here that's Wi-Fi 6E is my phone. And I don't need Wi-Fi 6E on my phone. Everything else is Wi-Fi 5 or Wi-Fi 6. Almost everything I've got is Wi-Fi 6, and I've got some cameras or doorbell things and things like that that are probably Wi-Fi 5. And I have no dead zones. So bumping up to 6E to try and get more range absolutely is no benefit to me whatsoever. So why would I spend the extra, on average, it could be $150 more to go from Wi-Fi 6, last year's model, to Wi-Fi 6E. I mean, technically Wi-Fi 6E came out like last year. So Wi-Fi 6 is like 2 or 3 years old already, at least 2. And it's great. Wi-Fi 6 was a massive improvement and totally worth upgrading to. If you don't use Wi-Fi 6 now, you would likely benefit from it, and it's relatively inexpensive to get into. 6E, if you're one of those people that would benefit from it, you're spending the money, right? But for me personally, the Wi-Fi 6E routers that I have are going back to Amazon. That's what I found out from using them. I would never find this out from watching a review online. How a router will benefit you depends on so many variables that change. No two people are the same. The environment you live in, the structure that you live in, what it's made out of, how many Wi-Fi devices are you connecting and how old are they? And furthermore, how many neighbors do you have with Wi-Fi that are broadcasting and competing and congesting the bandwidth? That's going to struggle, your Wi-Fi is going to struggle to get through with all the, if you're in an apartment building, let's say, and you're somewhere on the middle, and you got everybody around you with Wi-Fi routers, well, first of all, good luck avoiding Wi-Fi signals if you think you're allergic to them, because you can't get away from that. They're going to infiltrate your apartment, whether you like it or not. But so does AM and FM radio and all other kinds of RF. So anyway, some people are concerned about radiation. Yeah, I suppose if you hold it to your head 7 hours a day for about 10 years, it might have a negative effect. But under normal usage, it's been proven it doesn't cause any harm. It's such a low level. You get more from the sun. So anyway, let's go back to the website for this. Let's go back to Amazon. This is where I bought this. This is what I paid, right? This one's brand new. It's not a returned unit. So let's go over there like so. Here we go. All right, so this is the TP-Link Deco AX3000 Wi-Fi 6, not 6E, mesh system. They also have a model name called Deco X55. Now this will cover up to 6,500 square feet. That's a lot. And that's the reason why I picked it. It replaces your router and extender or repeater. It's got the 3 Ethernet gigabit ports in the back for each unit, and it supports Ethernet backhaul. Let's talk about backhaul for just a minute. Backhaul, I hope you'll see that as a very simple, understandable term that thankfully all manufacturers agree on this word. When this unit talks to this unit and this unit, how is it doing that? Think about it. You're transmitting and receiving data on your wireless device that's connected to one of the 3 units at any time, and it's roaming between them at any time. And they have to talk to each other. You got them, I got them. Okay, you get them, I got them. So they're keeping track of who's got who, and they're saying, hey, he wants this data, she wants that data. Okay, give him this data. So they're all talking to the main unit, the one that's plugged into your modem. Well, if they're doing all this chatter, what's left for you to use? So traditionally, Wi-Fi was initially one band. It was on the 2.4 gigahertz spectrum. And the 2.4 gigahertz spectrum is what a lot of consumer goods are on. Turning on your microwave can cause interference on the 2.4 gigahertz spectrum and result in weird Wi-Fi behaviors when you're microwaving something. So 2.4 is very common. As a result of it being very common, there's a lot of congestion and potential interference, and that's the way it's designed. So then we get to 5 gigahertz. Now that's a second band or dual band. On the 5 gigahertz channel, a little higher up, doesn't transmit quite as far, nowhere near as busy with other consumer items or neighbors, especially when it was first introduced, and it gets higher speeds, much preferred. So we can keep the stuff we need on 2.4, stuff that doesn't need a lot of bandwidth, like your IoT, your Internet of Things, your Nest thermostat, your garage door opener. That doesn't need high-speed connection. Keep that on a 2.4. Better yet, put it on your guest network so you don't have to worry about if they're spying on you. Some people are really freaked out about, look, if you're buying name brand stuff, you don't have to worry about it. If you're buying something from some company that's super cheap on Amazon, it's shipping from China, look, just throw this IoT stuff, throw it on your guest network. You won't have to worry about it snooping on your files or anything like that. So that's super easy. You don't need to get a VLAN. You don't need to segment your internet. It's just, people will do that. You don't have to. There's easier, simpler ways to accomplish the same thing. All right, I like to keep things simple because it also makes it easier to diagnose when it doesn't work. And there will be days when it doesn't work. So backhaul. These things are all talking to each other. And if they're only dual band, or if they're only one band, if it's 2.4, then they have to juggle between communicating with the devices connected and communicating with each other. Well, that's going to result in real high CPU. These all have little CPUs in them. And then it's going to drop your connection, or you're going to get buffering, and it's just overloaded. There's nothing worse than having an overloaded node. So we get to the dual band. We have 2.4 and 5, and now it's going to use one of those to communicate amongst themselves, and the other one it'll share with the devices. So that's still not good because one of them's getting shared. So then we have tri-band. So tri-band is what you want, or quad band, anything at tri-band or higher. Because now you have your 2.4 and your 5 that are solely dedicated to your devices. And then there's one channel for the backhaul. And the backhaul is, once again, how these things communicate with each other. And they're always in communication. As long as they're turned on, they're talking to each other. They're very chatty. And it won't interfere with what you're doing. Now, the only other way around that is called a wired backhaul. And that means we're going to run a cable from this unit to this unit, and they're going to communicate through that cable. Well, heck, I'll be honest. If I could just run a cable, then why do I need a mesh system? That doesn't make any sense to me. So you could do it. You absolutely could do it. And then if you had, it wouldn't matter if you had dual channel or tri-band. A channel and a band, same thing. Sorry, here we go again. We're gonna pick 3 different names. My name's Kerry, but you can also call me Bob or Steve. No, you can't, but can you imagine how confusing that would be if we all did that? Can you imagine if I was in your phone 3 different ways, or somebody you call? I got Mom, I got Dorothy, and I got Aunt Dorothy. They're all Dorothy. They're all my mother. Why would I? All right. This makes teaching it difficult because we can't just pick one name and stick with it. The main words that are universally accepted here are router, Wi-Fi, mesh, backhaul, and extender. Then you have marketing terms like repeater. Oh, access point would also be a universally accepted term. But then we have all these other duplicate words: channel, band, frequency. It's all the same thing. Angers me because there's no reason for it. There's no justification. One word does not describe it any better or any clearer than the other word. If we could all just agree on one word, that would make life so much easier. But currently, we don't. And we don't because it's all about the marketing. Some companies think their marketing is clearer to the consumer than their competitor, and for that reason they'll sell more units. Not because they have a better price, not because they have a better product, but because they chose different words. That's the psychology of the world we live in. So, you will see the word backhaul a lot when you're looking at these descriptions. So if we look again back over here, you'll see it supports Ethernet backhaul. That means we could run a cable between them so they can chat to each other without consuming any of our available Wi-Fi. You'd have to be a super power user to really take advantage of that or need it. If you're just a regular old everyday person, you can just plug these in, you set them up with your smartphone app, and you're good to go. You don't have to be a rocket surgeon. Now look here. Right now, Amazon's got a $40 off coupon, bringing that price down to $189.99, which I think is what I paid. I think that's why I bought them. I was looking at that price, and I'm like, did I pay $230? About $200, I think, is a good price for a good high-end router. When I say high-end, I mean at the high end of the medium range. When you want to go into the higher performance enthusiast routers, you're looking at $500, $400 to $700 for these high-end routers. And you know what? You'll know who you are. If you don't know if you need that, then you don't need that. All right, now you'll see there is a 2-pack available. So if you think you're only going to need 2 units, they do sell it as a 2-pack for a bit less money, but you're not getting the discount here. So $170. And some of you might go, geez, anything more than $50. Yeah, but you're going to get what you pay for. And furthermore, when you're shopping at Amazon, when you scroll down, you might find they have some used or returned routers at a cheaper price. Now, I'm not finding it here. Well, there's a 1-pack. Maybe you just need to buy 1. You can extend it. Maybe 3 isn't enough, where you bought the 2-pack and 2 aren't enough and you made a mistake. You could spend $90 and buy another one, but it would have been cheaper if you'd have just bought the 3 to begin with in that case. Did we have any cheaper ones down here? New and used? Nope, nothing cheaper there. And then going back to the original one, with a discount at $189, does anything new or news used? $179 is only a $10 discount. Not worth it. I would just buy the new one. Then you'll see there's an outdoor mesh. So the outdoor mesh is intended to be weatherproof, rainproof, snowproof, hailproof. And that's if you wanted to get your Wi-Fi out to another building, or you were trying to cover like a large backyard or front yard or a side yard to your house. This may not be enough to get through another building, or it might. It depends on what the building is made out of, how big the building is, and how far away the building is from the mesh point. But then this would just be another mesh system that it looks like it comes with 2 units. These are not a wireless bridge. Wireless bridge is entirely different from wireless mesh. So I've got other videos on wireless bridges and when you would use them. Effectively, a wireless bridge only communicates with itself. You don't connect to it. It's just like running a cable, but there is no actual cable. The units on a bridge system, the units are the cable, and then you just simply plug a cable into each side of the bridge. One goes into a router on one side, and one goes into a computer or router on the other side, and this is a wireless wire when it's a bridge. This is not a bridge. This is an outdoor mesh. So it's a mesh system designed to be weatherproof. That's all it is. Okay, and then so that's an option. And if you need to get the mesh system through the same manufacturer. So if you're going to go TP-Link, you got to go all TP-Link. If you're going to go ASUS, you got to go all ASUS. If you're going to go with Netgear's mesh, you got to go all Netgear. They do not cross-pollinate. They don't interoperate with each other. Netgear does have mesh systems, but their Wi-Fi routers don't support the mesh option like ASUS and TP-Link do. So that's another confusion. I'm sure some of you are going, didn't he just say Netgear doesn't support mesh? Netgear says if you want to mesh, buy one of our mesh systems. Like we go up here and we type in Netgear mesh. Check this out. They have one of the most expensive mesh systems on the market at $1,500 for 3 of these nodes. $1,500. I don't know another manufacturer that comes anywhere near this price for 3 nodes. Maybe 400, 500, but this is 3 times higher than anything else I've ever seen. But it is 10 gig internet. So if you've got a fiber optic high-speed internet line coming into your house, I wish I was you, number one. And number 2, this will cover up to 9,000 square feet. Now, if you've got to cover 9,000 square feet, I wish I was you. I wish I had your problems. So in any event, you cannot just buy a regular Netgear Nighthawk router. Like, let's say you buy one of these routers that I love. I've been using the 12-stream RAX 120. Let's see. There's a 120 in here somewhere. RAX 70, RAX E 500. Look how much money that is. Oh, you're in here somewhere. Well, it doesn't really matter. They all kind of look alike. And they don't support meshing these with other routers, with other Netgear routers. It's just not an option. It's not there. And it's not always there with TP-Link. It's not always there with ASUS. You have to do your research and look it up to make sure that that's an option you might want to explore. You know, you get the Wi-Fi router today, and then next year you decide, you know what, I want to extend it. You now have to buy something completely different. You have to replace this or add on to it with a mesh system. Now I could, here's where things are going to get a little messy. I'm really trying to simplify this for you. But you can plug a mesh system into your Wi-Fi router, and they don't have to be the same manufacturer. Wait, what? Yeah. I could take this TP-Link mesh system, and I can either plug it into my modem, or I can plug it into my ASUS or Netgear or whatever my router is. And I have 2 independent systems. This part functions as the mesh, and what I would do is I would turn the Wi-Fi off, just disable the wireless radio on your existing Wi-Fi router. And you can, it's an option on all Wi-Fi routers. So then this replaces your Wi-Fi, and you can still have your old router. But why would you do that? Why have another piece of equipment that can fail or needs a firmware update, or is a security point that needs to be checked and audited from time to time? Or, you know, when your internet's not working, they're like, hey, turn your router off and back on again. You got to turn off the modem, the router, and the mesh, because you don't know where the problem is. So while you can do it, I don't know why you would. So when we're buying a TP-Link router, okay, so let me check out the chat room. I've been ignoring it here. Let me just see if there's any questions before I move on to showing you the difference between using a designed mesh system versus using a Wi-Fi router that has the option of the proprietary mesh system the manufacturers introduced. We're going to get to that, but first, I don't want to get ahead of anybody. So let's just take a look in the chat and see how many of your minds have blown up. Garfield says, I really have no need for a mesh router until I get a computer and a modem router combo that isn't 20 years old. That's what I use, and a tablet since 2015. Wait a minute. If he's been using it since 2015 and it's 20 years old, is it 2035? I don't think math is Garfield's. Sorry, I'm just making fun. Listen, I don't know what you need. All I can do is tell you what the technology is for and what it does, so that you can make that decision. Would I benefit from this, or would this be a waste of money? All I'm trying to do is help you make better decisions. Are you living with something that's inconvenient that you don't have to live with, and it's only a few dollars to fix, but you didn't know that? That's what I'm here to tell you. Or is everything just fine? That's fine. But how else would you know the difference? So great. I'm not suggesting this is for everybody, but how would you know if nobody explained it? Let's see. Nev Wells says, my 250-year-old cottage has super thick walls, so we need a mesh system. 4 units work well. I'm really starting to dislike some people. How come I don't have a 250-year-old? oh, my 250-year-old. You shouldn't even have Wi-Fi in a 250-year-old cottage. I don't think you get the point of being in a 250-year-old cottage. It is to disconnect from society, to just get back to life the way it's meant to be lived. Get rid of all this stuff. Make it your escape. Of course, if you're living there full time, I don't know. I don't think, it just feels wrong to put, it just feels wrong. 250-year-old cottage. Sounds, it's almost blasphemy. It's like cursing in church. But hey, look, you do you, man. That's cool. I wish I had a 250-year-old cottage. All right. Let's see what else we're missing. Kenny Whitten said, I think a mesh system would be good in a very large house with 2 floors or more. You know, surprisingly, it doesn't have to be that large of a house. Houses built before the invention of drywall, where it's plaster and lathe, those houses were built all the way up to the within 1930s. When was drywall invented? Anyway, there's still a lot of standing houses, especially on the East Coast, not a lot on the West, but yes, older cities in California. There are cities like Pasadena where there are older homes, little homes, really, 1,200 square feet, 2 stories, and they're made out of unobtainium or something. Wi-Fi has a very difficult time traveling through those walls. So a mesh system on any multi-floor house should almost be assumed if you want full and total coverage. If you've been suffering with dead zones in your house, you don't have to anymore. You used to not have much of a choice back in the day without some complicated solutions like range extenders, which are flaky, and the whole design and engineering of them is just, it's just dumb. And then of course you have access points, but now with a mesh system, it's just so easy, it's super uncomplicated. If you just buy one of these, that's all you got to do. Just buy these, you're done. You plug them in, you download the app. There's a QR code in the instructions you scan with your phone. If you don't have a smartphone, you can still set them up the old-fashioned way, but I'm just telling you, it's so easy. And it'll be the best thing you ever did. All those issues go away. All those dead zones, they go away. And if there's still a dead zone, you can buy an extra node if you have to. This should last you at least 6 years. At least you should get 6 years out of it. But of course, if your needs outgrow it, if you're starting to stream 8K movies 4 years from now, and you start getting really demanding because now your silverware connects to the internet. So now you have everything connected to the internet. Then it's like you're just choking your internet. Then it's time to upgrade your router. But if your needs don't change, you just upgrade to it and you're good until your needs change. Why are you laughing? You know it's going to come out.
Your silverware connects to the...
Why not? Traeger pellet grills connect to the internet.
Yeah, my grill does connect to the internet.
I got an LG washing machine that connects to the internet. What does that do? Here's how many wash cycles you've had. This is how many cottons and heavy loads. And it's time to run a tub clean. Well, could you put a little light on the front of it like they used to?
If my spoon is connected to the internet, will it stir itself?
No, but it'll display today's news and offer you to turn on the lights. All right. I've lost my place. Oh, I was looking through the chat anyway. All right. Let me scroll through the chat here. Captain Blinsky said, my basic 3-year-old TP-Link AC1750 is just fine and even better now with Uncle Kerry's Wi-Fi security help. Awesome. Glad to hear that. That's all we're trying to do. We're not trying to tell you what you need. We're trying to help you decide what you need. Okay, Cordius Technology says, talking about trying to describe bridges versus mesh points. It's in the name, calling it a bridge, because what a bridge does is it connects 2 points or 2 buildings together wirelessly. If a cable is run, then of course you don't need a wireless bridge, then the cable would be the bridge. I'm not sure that's any clearer, but It's about as basic as we can make it. It is you're right, calling it a bridge, and you think of a bridge and what a bridge does. Captain Blinsky said, names and wording, if Facebook was called head publication, well, that probably wouldn't work. It does have a ring to it, though. Q, the retro gamer, says, I currently have a switch connected to my Cox internet modem, along with the TP-Link Wi-Fi extender. Yeah, and you know what? If you did that years ago, that may have been the best option for you. But now there's better ways. Like I said, each of these mesh points have 3 Gigabit Ethernet ports on each one. Now, we will look, coming up in future videos, we're going to look at other companies' alternatives to mesh solutions, including one company that's used primarily in business called Ubiquiti. Now, they have a consumer line called Amplify, and it's cool. And if you're somebody who likes looking at all the fancy modern look of tech, Amplify routers are some of the coolest, most modern Star Trek-y looking things, and very, very configurable. So if you're also a control freak and you want to deal with the technical minutia, Amplify is right up your alley. But they are not cheap. We'll talk more about that in the future. We'll explore ASUS and their mesh solution in the future. Today, we're focused on TP-Link and mesh in general, along with access points, range extenders / I choke every time I have to say repeater. I hate that. TP-Link calls their extenders repeaters. I kind of have an engineering mindset, and I like the proper terms, but I can't deny that these companies are using these, but they are marketing terms. Every time I hear Cox panoramic Wi-Fi, I taste a little bile in my throat because it's just like Corinthian leather, Stabilitrack from Pontiac. It's just made up marketing nonsense to try and put a twist on something to make it more appealing, but the thing is still the same. It's not changing the thing they're selling. It's trying to change your perspective of it through wordplay and spin doctoring. And it's almost like gaslighting to some extent, although what they're saying isn't necessarily a lie. They're redefining their own terms and then typically trademarking that name. So if it catches on, none of their competitors can use it, and then they'll have an advantage in the marketplace. It's all up in here. So I prefer the engineering terms because they're more true, they're more honest. Now, regardless of that, I need to let that go. You can tell that's not a normal thing anybody cares about. Extender, repeater, who cares? Except it's not the right word. All right, now, let me get back to the chat. Squirrel. Okay, Cordius Technology in the chat says, in a rare case, we did have to run a cable to each floor to set up Wi-Fi. For some reason, this house had kryptonite floors. Signal strength was cut down significantly, which caused disconnection. You know, that's possible, though less likely with a new modern router. So I don't know, modern mesh. Wesh? Now I'm going to make up some words. I mean, everybody else is doing it. If you had that experience in the past, my question would be, how long ago was this? And what were you trying to use? A lot of times people are trying to save a nickel and they won't get the best system for their scenario. They'll try and make do with something they hope will work. But at a certain price point, you probably break through whatever that issue is in today's modern routers. If not, the routers that come out next year or the year after that, what I'm getting at is that's always a temporary solution. You never have to run wires, but once you do, you'll never need to go back to any other powerful mesh system. Now it's irrelevant. The idea is that you don't have to run the wire. But if you've already run the wire, well, then the ship has sailed and there's really not much benefit here. Okay, so just so you know, what your experience was last year or the year before may be different now, and it also depends on what level of router you were attempting or what mesh system you were attempting. Because I've heard this story over and over and over again, and we put a modern mesh system in and like magic, there are no more problems anymore. So just, and maybe you've already done it, I don't know, but I'm just saying this is a very common thing that I've heard. All right, let me get through some more questions. Where is anybody in the chat room lost on this subject matter before I keep moving forward? I will backtrack to explain something, to try to explain something clearer if I've lost you at any point in here. Don't be shy. Don't think that that it would be embarrassing to say that I've confused you somewhere. None of us were born knowing this. And I deal with this stuff nearly, well, at least once a week, if not every day. So I'm going to know more than the average person, but maybe not more than a specialist in networking. So I'm somewhere above average and below expert. So I don't know everything, but I think it gives me a unique ability to explain it. Bob R. with a $10 Super Chat contribution a little while back. I missed that. Thank you, Bob. Merry Christmas, he says. Merry Christmas to you, Bob. Dom Parada with $9.99 in Super Chat said a blessed holidays to you and everyone in the chat. Thank you. Thank you, Dom. Your Super Chats are never expected, always appreciated, and they do help pay for content, the stuff I need to show content. Maybe TP-Link will see this and they'll like it. A lot of companies don't like my style. They want me to make a commercial. And I'm not here making commercials. But you can get a Cronus for 40%. Seriously, though. It ends at the end of the month. It's a good deal. Where do you draw the line between trying to help somebody out, say, look, man, there's a good deal, and being a shill and a sellout? I think the difference is that any products I recommend, I go out and I get the deals for you guys. I don't know if you know that, but when companies reach out to me and they want to pay me to promote their product, I say, what are you going to do for my viewers? Well, what do you mean? What are you going to do? What's your discount? Oh, it's going to be 30% off. Well, look, I can Google 30% off of your product right now, and I can come up with 17 websites and YouTube channels all doing that. So why would my viewers use my coupon code when they can get the same coupon code anywhere? And sometimes the companies go, well, that's just how we do it. And I go, well, then no, thank you. If you won't do something special for my viewers, not forever, just for a limited time, then I don't care what you're offering me. I'm not interested. In fact, you could pay me less to make up for the higher discount for the viewers. No. Sometimes they say, no, we do it the same for everybody. I'm like, well, I don't just have an everybody audience. So I want you to understand that I'm not out here and I'm telling you about RoboForm or Acronis or those Windows and Office keys. I mean, that's pretty much it, right? That's it. I'm not, you're going to, look, some of you made up your mind regardless, so I don't even want to talk about it. But I think people who think I'm just taking deals don't understand what the conditions are and how often those conditions are denied. So companies like Acronis and RoboForm that accept these deals, you should show them support, because not only is it a great product and not only is it a great price, but we want them to come back and sponsor us again. Then I don't have to rely so heavily on memberships and contributions. And it's a product I'm using anyway, so why not get a little money for it? And you guys are going to ask, where did you get that? So it just solves the problem all the way around. All right, let me just keep going through the chat here. Another squirrel. I just know what some people are going to say, and I'm just trying to shut it down before it happens. It's never worked, by the way. There's only a few people.
Beware of the squirrel.
Yeah, seriously. I mean, until any of those complaining people write me a check to cover the cost of this. All right, what do we got? Chris Johnson in the chat says, my partner works in a tough shed building that's 20 meters from our main house. Would a mesh system provide internet access for both her business and our house? Well, those tough sheds, they're pretty thin. They're pretty modern. They're not made with the quality of insulation and materials of an old house, a guest house in the backyard, from the 1800s on a plantation. So would it work? You'd have to try it. Now, if it were me, 20 meters is what, 60 some odd feet, 70 feet? It's 3.3 feet per meter. 3.3 is 33. That's 33.3. So that's 100 feet. 100 feet. 100 feet should be nothing. But where the mesh points are located is going to make a big difference. So you want one mesh point up against the wall facing the backyard, and one mesh point in the tough shed up against the wall as close to each. So you wouldn't want the mesh points being as far away as possible. You want to put them as close together as you can get them in each separate building. So if they got to be angular or diagonal, then they have to be. But if you can get them perfectly aligned, all the better. What these do, and what all Wi-Fi routers do, is they create a bubble. I want you to picture a bubble, just a bubble. You know what a bubble is? They don't broadcast out this way. They broadcast out equally in a bubble that surrounds it. Now, depending on the power of the router, depending on where it's placed, it's going to determine your range, combined with how congested other Wi-Fi traffic might be in your area, and the materials that your building is made out of, and what you're connecting it with. So if your device is really old, you've got some old device, then that old device probably isn't going to work any better. If there's something wrong with the Wi-Fi in the old device, this isn't going to make that old device fixed. You need to fix that old device or replace it. So if you can picture a bubble of radio waves coming out of this, and as the bubble reaches its edges, the radio waves, they just fade out. There's not a clear edge. They just kind of fade away. And that's your signal strength. So the idea is that we want to place routers, Wi-Fi routers, in the center of a location. So let's say you have a 3-story house. We want to put this on the middle floor in the middle of the house, if we can get it there, so that the bubble covers the top floor, the bottom floor, the left side, and the right side of the house. Now, if you have no choice and you have to put this at one end of the house, then I want you to understand half of your bubble is going outside to your neighbor's house. Okay? What we want is a Venn diagram. You guys know what Venn diagrams are? And we want these bubbles to be far enough apart that they overlap, but close enough together that they do overlap, but not entirely, or that's a waste of mesh. That's just a messy mesh, pointless mesh, point mesh. Anyway, so you can't see it. You can't see the radio waves. Well, you're from another planet. Your vision might see it. But most people cannot see radio waves. So you can't physically see where they're overlapping and how much. You have to sort of picture it in your head, and you can move them around and adjust them and walk around with a wireless device. And it should just roam and switch devices seamlessly. You can't even tell. Your signal strength should pretty much stay 3, 4, 5 bars the entire time. If it's dropping to 2, I would do whatever I could to at least get it up to 3 bars to the furthest point that you think you need it. And you just kind of move these around. So the more of these you get, you're overlapping these bubbles. Bubble, bubble, bubble. And if you have another area that's weak, then you buy another one and you overlap that bubble. Now they don't all have to converge together. As long as one overlaps one, you're good. And as long as that one overlaps another one, you're good. In a perfect world, they would each overlap with 2. But you don't have to. It's not necessary. But if you could like make it perfect, then we'd make like a perfect square, and each bubble would overlap with every other unit. Or we can triangulate them. Now, when you have more than 2, you can optimize. In many cases, the software will have a tool to optimize the signal once they figure out where they are, and they can actually get better over time. However, I'd rather just set it up out of the box the right way. So you got to picture it in your head. You got to picture a bubble. You got to see where your signal strength is dropping below 3, or where it's at 3. That's where you don't want to go any lower than that. So then you can adjust the next node. One is main, the other 2 are nodes. One is a parent, the other 2 are children. We have lots and lots of words for this. This is a main router. These are satellites. Oh my gosh. Sometimes people call them totems. Look, only one is in charge. And in this case, they're all equal. So you assign which one's in charge when you set it up, and that never changes. Whichever one of these you connect to your router will be the main one, and the other 2, these will be the nodes. No, that's the proper terms we should be using. However, if you see other terms, just know that's what they mean. So we want these bubbles to overlap in such a way that as you walk around your property, inside, outside, wherever this signal is important to you, you're never below 3 bars. 3 is the lowest you're going to want to see. So will this, that's a long answer to your question, will this work for you? I don't know. Nobody can tell you that. You're going to have to plug it in and see what kind of signal you get. And then, of course, adjust them and run the optimization tool. I suspect I'm about 85%, maybe even 90% certain it's likely going to, this system in particular, which covers 6,500 square feet, is likely more than you need. But you could have certain conditions that apply that I don't know about that could be challenging for Wi-Fi. Now, if you're using an older Wi-Fi system, then, throw the dice. But with a modern mesh system, this will likely solve that problem. So yes. Yeah, I think it's going to work. But I could be wrong. But when you buy it from Amazon, you can return it. You have 30 days to return it. Anything you're ordering in December on Amazon, you have until the end of January to return, because they're assuming you giving it as a gift, and then the person who receives it might need a week or two to decide if they like it. So they have the ability to return it. Well, you will have the ability to return it till the end of January and get your money back. So nothing ventured, nothing gained. The only way you're going to have an answer to your question for certain is to try it. Now, the TP-Link systems are very affordable. I find them to be more affordable than ASUS or Netgear solutions. However, everybody's got their preference. It's like Ford versus Chevy or Honda versus Toyota. I'm basing it on anecdotal experience, but I just have a lot more experience with units than most people do. But then there are people that have a lot more experience than I do. So based on my experience, I would recommend the system. That's the whole reason I bought it. And just between you and me, when we're done with this video, sometime between now and the new year, this is going to be the new mesh system here in Studio B. So I'm eating my own dog food. This will be the units I will be using. These aren't just for show. When I went to look for units to replace the current units we have, which are only dual band, I wanted a tri-band, and I wanted the greatest amount of square footage possible without spending $1,400, $1,500 on that Netgear system. So at this price point, this was under $200 with that coupon. Nothing comes near it from competitors. Now, we can use existing TP-Link routers and accomplish this cheaper. However, we're not going to get 6,500 feet out of it. So I want more than I need. I want to absolutely have way more than I don't want to just have enough. I want too much. And then I never want to have to worry about it again, unless one of the units fails. So let me see in the chat what we got. Hey, there's Madi joining us. Welcome in, Madi. Jason H. has been a member now for 7 months. That's awesome. Thank you, Jason. He says, Merry Christmas and Happy New Year, Carrie and Marlena and everyone in the chat. Very kind of you, Jason. Thank you. Merry Christmas. Happy New Year to you. Captain Blinsky with a $20 super chat contribution says, Happy holidays to you, Carrie, and all here on the stream. A bit of trying time for me this season. And yins have been a great help. Hey, Captain Malinsky, life is full of challenges and obstacles. And you know what? You've overcome every one of them in your life so far. I have a hunch you're probably going to get through this one too. That's what keeps us strong, my friend. We're behind you and wish you the best and do hope that you reach your goals soon. Lou Greenia says, I've sent you $25 via PayPal as a late fee. Merry Christmas, my friend. Hey, Luke, thanks for your continued contributions. I do encourage you to reach out to me in email. And there goes my doorbell. So camera girl will deal with that while we continue. But yes, Luke, thank you so much. Marco joins us from Italy. Welcome in, Marco. John Lewis says, in Brazil, a 1,000 square foot apartment dropped Wi-Fi voice calls. I installed a TP-Link Mesh Deco M4 and the problem is solved. I had an internet provider recommend this to me. So the M4 system, let me see what the M4 looks like. So the system I'm using now is the S4 and it's just not good. I mean, for what I need, but it was put in like 2 years ago and that was what I could afford and it was better than nothing. But now that I've been using it, now I want more. So that's why I went with the tri-band system that covers 6,500 square feet. But let's take a look at the M4 here real quick. Let's go over to Amazon and we're gonna get to this router here shortly. So TP-Link M4. I just wanna see it. Ooh, is that the M? No. Yeah, so the M4 is very similar to what I'm using now, which is the S4. It looks just like that. I don't know what the difference between the M and the S is. Oh, this one's renewed. That's why it's so inexpensive. That's a good price. But I wouldn't use this today. Definitely want a tri-band or quad band. But yeah, even these older systems, I mean, if your needs are simple, like 1,000 square feet apartments, nothing. This is way overkill for that. However, because the backhaul is being done on one of the channels, there is some performance hit in that regard. But look, if it solves your problem, then why spend more than you have to? I was just curious which model that was. Now I need to go back to that previous Amazon page because I haven't used it yet and I need to talk about that here very soon. All right, let me go back over to chat. And I appreciate you guys sharing your experience with us, letting us know what have you done to solve a particular Wi-Fi issue, or are you living with a Wi-Fi issue you don't know how to solve? Love to hear your experience and whether it was a good one or a bad one, with what product. Again, it's going to vary. You can have a terrible experience with a product that is an awesome experience for someone else. I just find it very interesting, and what I'm secretly looking for is I'm looking for some continuity. I'm looking for people overwhelmingly liking it or people overwhelmingly hating a specific model or in a specific situation where a specific model was not recommended because I'm seeing too many people buying it having a bad experience. So I can only attain that through asking you to share your experience. And if you're having an issue with Wi-Fi, jump into the chat, explain what the issue is. We can point you in the right direction if you're ready to fix it, because the technology can solve it. More than likely, technologies that's existing in Wi-Fi today can fix any problem you're having, as far as I can tell. Challenges that we had years ago aren't challenges anymore. Mark Gaines with a 30-pound Super Chat contribution says, wishing you a very Merry Christmas, Carrie. Well, thank you, Mark. Thank you for all of your Super Chat contributions, and I appreciate it very, very much. Hope you have a great holiday and a Happy New Year, my friend, as I do for everyone joining us in our community. I see Rick Lakes has joined us. Always good to see Rick here in the chat room. And Stealth Mode, of course. Hello to Stealth Mode and Sarge Tech. Ken Musitic wants to know, here's Ken's question, can you use this mesh with a Wi-Fi bridge to an outside garage? Yes. Yes, 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 yes. In fact, the Wi-Fi bridge I am using is made by a company called Nick Giga. Let me pull Amazon up. Let me show you. And I made a video specifically on this, but I'm going to explain this. Let me go back to my Amazon. And then let's go back to sharing the screen. I got to get all this in the right order. Okay, so we're back over at Amazon. Nick Giga Bridge. Okay. I bought this one because it was the cheapest Gigabit bridge. The other one I had was 100 megabit. Let's see, that's a sponsored. That one's even cheaper. Well, that's probably 100 megabit though. I want a gigabit. Sponsored. These first two are sponsored. 100 megabit. Okay, this is the one. 900 megabit. Okay, it's not exactly gigabit, but that's really close. 120 bucks. There's a $15 off coupons that brought it to $105. It's just over $100. Now, you don't do anything with these units as far as configuration. They're pre-configured out of the box. You take one of them and you plug it into this wall adapter. The Ethernet cord plugs into the wall adapter because it's going to deliver what we call power over Ethernet. So you don't have to run a separate power cable. So each one of these comes with a power adapter that's got 2 Ethernet ports on it. So each one of these plugs into the power adapter that they're in, and the power adapters are interchangeable. You don't have to use a specific power adapter with a specific end of the bridge. They're interchangeable. So we take one of the power adapters that's included and we run an Ethernet cord that is included. You don't have to use it if it's not long enough. And we run it from the bottom of one of the bridges into the power adapter. And then we go out of the power adapter into our router. Then we go to the other one, we plug it into the power adapter and the other end into another router. That could be a mesh system, or you could plug it directly into a computer. And you're done. You just turn them on and you'll see your signal strength light up on the side on each one. They do not have to be line of sight. You get several miles of radius. If there was nothing in the way, if they were completely line of sight, you'd get the best range. But you could have this between 15 walls and it'll get through them. They don't even have to face each other. One could be pointed at the ground. It's still going to pick the signal up. Ideally, you will have them at least pointed at each other to improve your signal strength. But depending on how far apart they are, they may not make any difference at all. It doesn't matter who the manufacturer is. This is effectively replacing a cable. That's all that's doing. While these are wireless, they are on a wireless channel that you cannot see with your computer. Your computer cannot connect to these wirelessly. They only connect to one another via a frequency that your wireless devices don't use this frequency, and they're paired at the factory. Now you can log into them and mess around with them. At least they have a default button to set them back, or a reset button, because once you do, you're going to realize, oh my gosh, I just broke it. The good news is just put them back the way they were out of the box and they're already ready to go. They even have a little metal clamp so they're weatherproof, so you can put them outside, but you don't have to. One could be outside, one could be inside, or they both could be inside, or they both could be outside, whatever you want to do. And that's the bottom of the unit. Now, I realize the bottom of the unit has 2 Ethernet cables. You're never going to use the second Ethernet cable. That should not be there. It's very confusing. You use the cable on the port on the left. If you're having any trouble with frequency because of the channel they're broadcasting on, there's a little LED display that shows you the default channel, and you just push the little button and you change the channel. And you change the channel on both units, and that could improve your signal. You just experiment with that. But usually just out of the box, leave it alone. One unit is set to A out of the box, one unit is set to B. They both can't be A and they both can't be B. Leave it alone. It doesn't matter which side is which. Just plug them in and use them. Again, ignore that second Ethernet port. Most of the bridges only have one. And then you'll see it's got a power jack port. We're not using that either. We're bringing the power in right there. LAN 2 is 1,000 megabits per second. Wait a minute. Did I hook mine up wrong? The instructions were really clear that only one could be used for the power. And I thought they said it was the left one. Well, I'm going to have to go look that up now. I'm not sure if I'm connected at 100 or 1,000, quite frankly, because the internet's not even as fast as 100. The internet's at like 90. But I still want it fast. Well, now that I've looked at it, I'm not sure anymore. But, okay, that's weird. Now I got to read the documentation. Anyway, so yes, these systems are standalone. They come as a unit, they come as a pair, and They're on their own channel that is, you're not going to see it on your cell phone. You're not going to see it on your Wi-Fi devices. They see each other, and it's designed that way for a purpose, so they're not interfering with the performance of your regular Wi-Fi network. They're on a band higher. See, it says 5.8, so we're way up at the high end of the 5 gigahertz channel here, and they do have an SSID and a password that's all preset from the factory, and again, only they can see it. You cannot see them with any devices, so you cannot connect Wi-Fi to these. These can connect to a router that has Wi-Fi or to a mesh system using a cable that comes out of it. That's how that works. And it doesn't matter who the manufacturer is. You can buy any bridge you want, plug it into any router you want, just like you could buy any brand of cable. All the cables work the same in the same category. So I hope I haven't confused you with that. I'm really trying to simplify it. It's so simple, it's hard to explain because people overthink it. But it just replaces a cable. That's all it does. So therefore, good question. Appreciate you asking. The answer is yes. And that was Ken in the chat room who asked that. If you like this content and you want to see more content like it, well, you can let any content creator know by hitting the thumbs up button below every video on YouTube. There's a little thumbs up button, and it just costs you nothing to just click your mouse. You know what? Even if you don't like the video, you could support a content creator and encourage them to keep getting better. The thumbs down, turns out the algorithm doesn't even pay attention to thumbs down, and YouTube's now hiding the thumbs down. Some content creators watch their thumbs downs. I don't watch them. I can tell you that if you like the content, I pretty much know based on how many views the video gets. I mean, I don't need a thumbs up. I can see that video's performing better, so something I did there people liked. Maybe it's the title or the thumbnail, or heaven forbid, it could be the content. I don't know. But in the meantime, it's just a nice gesture. So if you're feeling cheerful this time of year, you want to spread a little holiday joy, even if you don't like the video, encourage the content creator because they're trying. Most of them are trying. There might be a few who aren't. But generally speaking, there's no negative downside to giving somebody a thumbs up. It costs you nothing. And if you like content from a particular creator, be sure you hit the subscribe button. And when you do, hit the bell icon to turn notified when new content is posted. And there it goes again. My OBS disconnected and then reconnected again. So I really need to put this new mesh system in. I think that's happening because the old mesh system is hitting 100% CPU usage. And then when that happens, it's dropping my OBS signal. And that's been happening about an hour to 2 hours into any live broadcast. And it goes down and then I'm back up for about 4 or 5 seconds. So if you saw a little glitch there, that wasn't you. That's on my end. So I will be addressing that over the holiday break. And hopefully I'll get it fixed. I won't know until I get everything replaced. And then we just do another live broadcast and see. Remember, like I said, some of your questions can only be answered through having an experience. So the best I can do is say, yes, you're on the right path, try it, and then please let us know what the results are, or no, you're completely going down the wrong path to solve that problem. That's about the best I can do to help you. But I would encourage you that if you're having a Wi-Fi issue or considering a mesh system, but you're not quite sure which one to get, ask us here and we'll do our best to point you in the right direction. But at the end of the day, is it going to work well for you? Are you going to be happy with it? You need to tell me after you've experienced it. Mortant says, Merry Christmas, Carrie. Hey, back at you, my friend. Mortant, Merry Christmas to you. Of course. Garfield says, what makes your videos so good is the way you speak slowly and explain things. Do I speak slowly? I'm from Detroit. Nobody in Michigan speaks slowly.
You speak very clearly.
Clear? All right. Like in Michigan, this is a word. D-J-E-E-T. How do you say that?
Jeet.
No, I didn't eat yet. Did you eat? That's how we speak. All right. But thank you. I appreciate your kind words, and I'm glad you get it. Not everybody gets what I'm doing here. A lot of people are just used to these polished, scripted, sponsored videos that teach you all about the product. And what we do is more of a Carrie Holzman experience. We discover together. I'm not doing a bunch of research beforehand and rehearsals and practice. I'm not trying to be all polished. I'm trying to be real. Well, I'm not trying. I'm just being real. And so when I'm looking at a new product and I'm making some assumptions or I'm misinterpreting something, that's happening in real time. These are live videos. That's exactly what you do when you get product. So when somebody gets paid by a sponsorship and they're given all the marketing materials, they're not necessarily sharing with you anything they've learned. They're not necessarily putting anything in their own words, at least not to the point of deviating from the marketing materials they've been paid to exhibit. Furthermore, they may have even been paid to demonstrate a particular function of the item, and they're very scripted on what they're going to do. I don't do that here, because in the real world, when I go out to a customer's location as a field service technician to work on what's ever broken, whether it's a Wi-Fi issue or a blue screening issue, I don't know what I'm going to encounter. I have to go there. And much like a live video, I am in front of the customer. Okay? So I have to keep moving. I can't be Google searching and things in front of the customer. As they say in the industry, don't let the customer see how you make the hot dogs. So when I'm on site, it's not much different from a live performance in the sense that the customer is expecting a certain professional behavior from me. And it should be that I'm confident, I'm working, I'm not twiddling my thumbs, I don't seem dumbfounded, or if I need to research something that I say, look, let me take this back to the shop if I can. And then what I can do is I can start Googling at things away from the customer and slow down. When I'm live, I'm trying to go quick. I've got a lot of information to get out. When a customer pays me, I'm trying to go quick. They're paying me by the hour. They don't want me there all day. So what I'm doing live isn't very far from the difference of what I do in front of a customer. In many ways, it is a performance to the customer. The customer expects. And you cannot study what the next repair job is because you don't have time. You're going to leave one repair job and you're immediately going to the next repair job. If you want to stay in business and you don't know what you're going to get into until you get there. And you're going to see some stuff. Whew. And you're going to deal with it. So essentially, when somebody's making, these big YouTube content tech creators, when they're spending 3, 4, 5 days making one 45-minute video and they have camera people and they have editors and they have to get approval from the sponsor before they can air it, this is all very carefully crafted. What I'm doing is what I really do for a living. And I do make mistakes and I do have misunderstandings and I don't read the directions because all of this stuff is mostly the same to me. But there are variations that do catch me off guard, and you probably do the exact same thing. You take something out of the box, you're anxious to use it, you know how to plug it in, it's not rocket science. And then 3 months later, somebody shows you something, or you see a video on something, or you actually open the directions because you're bored, and you realize that thing has a feature you didn't know it had this whole time, that you're like, oh my gosh, I would have started using this. A lot of us do that. I'm not going to say everybody does that, but I encounter it a lot. So why try to not be that guy? Because I'll tell you what, when the camera's off, that's the guy I am. I don't know the kind of person you are, but that's what I run into most often. I run into customers calling when the answer has always been right in front of them if they would just slow down and do a little research on it. So just keeping it real here. That's all. Like I said, no sponsorship from TP-Link. They don't even know who I am. And it's through your contributions and memberships primarily that enables me to buy this stuff to make this content. So I, again, never expect it, but I do appreciate it. Okay, so that's that. And anybody who's been watching this channel has heard me say that 10 million times, so I apologize. But we have a lot of new viewers constantly joining the channel, and they get thrown. They don't know what, they're like, what's this guy doing? This seems very unprofessional. Yes, it's real. Some people don't like real. They can't handle it. I prefer the commercials. They don't take as long as you. Yeah, you remember when you went to school? You remember how long the school day was? Excuse me, teacher, I'm going to need you to get this school day done in 45 minutes. Yeah, let me know if you graduate from that school. All right, let's keep going. Chat room. Yeah, 55 stings, dude's got it. Jeep Jet? No, Jew? Yeah, that's exactly the way we talk it. Michigan there. We need a polished suit and tie airbrushed carry.
We can do that.
You can't afford that. I'd be uncomfortable. I wear the clothes I wear, clearly not because I'm into style or fashion. I like to be comfortable. What a fool.
Snuggie.
No. Sarge Tech says my Asus AC65 arrived today. Original box. Oh, this was like a used item. He's been talking about it. I ordered it. He couldn't wait for it. He's got it today. He says it's the original box. Everything's in there except the user guide, which I already downloaded from Asus. Thanks again for the information. Hey, let's hope it works, huh? Essential working too hard says Seasons. Greetings, Carrie and chat. Thank you. Seasons. Greetings to you, my friend. Hagerman's Sour Gravy says, good luck, Sarge. Patrick Ursaw says, hey, nice shirt. How can we get them, Uncle Carrie? That's a good question. That's a good question. My sister maintains all the merch. She does all that stuff. So let's just take a quick look. I haven't been to my own merch site in quite a while. So let me open a browser tab here. And let's share the screen. Take a look at what's going on over at the merch site. I don't know if there's been any changes. Where's my, oh, there it is. Okay, so let's go to carrieholzman.com. No, I typed it wrong. carrieholzman.com. There it goes. All right, so my sister maintains all of this. And let's see what she's got up here. Cars don't win races without stickers. This is true. You'll never see an Indy 500 race or a NASCAR race where the winning car has no stickers on it. So clearly, stickers make the car go faster, right? That's just common sense. That's called sarcasm if you're new here. There's a guarantee. Teespring stores. If you're looking for more Carrie Holzman YouTube merch, check out our Teespring. We've got a pop socket for the back of your phone. We have a mouse pad that's machine washable. We have the engraved plate that you can stick on your computer or your forehead or whatever you want to. We have some cardboard coasters. Everything looks like it's free shipping worldwide. What is the Teespring store? Let's click on it and see. Teespring implies we have shirts. Oh, I remember when we set this up. I guess we never took this down. So we have the coffee mug, where my wrench is at. And then we have the back up or shut up t-shirt. Nothing I hate worse than somebody is like, I like my data. Wah. Back it up or shut up. Is that too blunt? I've heard it so often, I'm just done. All right, then we have it in white, and we have sweatshirts with hoodies and other t-shirts with different logos. You see I'm a big fan of the logo in the left corner. That's an 80s thing with a big graphic on the back. I don't like the big graphic on the front. Like, this isn't my style here, but we do offer it. No, this looks like it's black on black. I don't know how anybody's going to read that. Again, I don't remember setting, some of this up might have been set up by my sister. Ooh, I like this one though. That's pretty key. Wow, so many to choose from. Look at all this. Well, look at, there you go. So these are all made and shipped directly from Teespring, and then Teespring collects your money, and I get a commission. No, my sister gets the commission from Teespring, apparently. And that's it. T-shirt. We don't have what other YouTube channels have, which is Teespring offers like wall clocks and G-strings and stuff like. Yeah, they do. And no, just no. I don't want my logo there. Okay, so that's apparently where people are getting the shirts. Now, me personally, just again because I'm so honest, it's keeping me from becoming a millionaire. I don't care for the material of the Teespring shirts. This shirt that I'm wearing is not a Teespring. These were made by a viewer that has a t-shirt manufacturing thing, and then we've lost contact. But the manufacturer of this shirt is very close to what I like. It's still a little thin for my liking, but the shoulders are cut well. I like the color, and I like the logo. It stands out really well. It's not going to wash off in the washing machine. But getting these made and getting them shipped out to people was going to be a full-time job to make $1.50 per shirt, and the shirts were going to be pricier than I felt comfortable with. So it was sort of set on a back burner where I could find somebody who could make and sell the shirts, collect the money, and just give me a cut of it. I don't want to deal with what color, what size, where's it going, how far it's going depends on how it's shipped, and then I have to order the shirts. I said shirts, right? I have to order the shirts, and then I have to like inventory them, and then I have to get envelopes of different sizes depending on what size of shirt and how many shirts, and then they have to be addressed, and then because I don't know what the postage is going to cost, I have to. Are you getting just this for $1.50? So my sister takes care of all that, and she's obviously even thought that was too much. Let Teespring do it. So not everybody is as, what's the word? Much of a freak as I am. I am very sensitive to how my clothes feel. Most people are not like that, and I'm sure the Teespring shirts are fine for most people. They're just a little light and thin, and they're not comfortable for me. I can wear one on a show if I wanted to promote it and say, hey, buy it, and I will be uncomfortable that whole show. And the minute I'm off, the shirt comes off. There's a reason I'm not doing that. Again, I try to be as honest and transparent as possible. But I also know that my preferences are not common. Most people would rather look good than, a lot of people would rather look good than feel good. If something's very uncomfortable, high heels, something's super tight, corset. Yeah, that's what I wear off camera, and it's very uncomfortable. All of the clothes I'm wearing is all the clothes I'm using as examples is uncomfortable. What's coming to mind are what a lot of females go through to look pretty, and end up with blisters on their feet and a sense of that came off. Most guys just let the belly hang over the belt. It's fine. Throw a couple of Crocs on. I'm good. Shorts with socks that go up to the knee. So I can't find a lot of good examples for the men. But be that as it may, you get the gist of what I'm saying. So that is where you can get the shirt. The next question. I have 20 minutes for the next question. 20 minutes per question apparently is what it's going to take here. The Kerry Holzman G-string. Bag it up. I prefer an A minor. Dave Linovitz says, believe him, I have photos. Hey, you said you wouldn't tell anybody. See, this is why I don't like people. Martin says, that's a visual one cannot unsee. Well, thank God you only have your imagination. Are there no Mitch Morrison shirts? There are Toto shirts available from Toto. You can buy them all day long. Morton wants me to check my email. That's a great suggestion. I haven't even looked at it once this whole stream. So let's see what I've been missing. The old man glasses go on. Len Curl says, Happy Hanukkah and Merry Christmas. Snowy here in High River, where it's only a negative 20 Celsius. Ooh. Yeah, that's chilly. Hey, we got a couple gift cards that came in. Amazon gift cards from Ron Barnish. One for $20 from Ron Barnish. Thank you, Ron. And wow, a $100 gift card for the channel for more HDMI cables. And that comes to us from Morton. Well, you know what? Funny enough, I just dropped $120 in HDMI cables. And these cables, I'm going to clean them up. I'll put a wire loom. So I just ordered a wire loom. And I'm dropping some money into the studio over the holiday break to try and clean things up. This is just the beginning. But I've only replaced one of the HDMI cables because I want to run them under the carpet so they won't be tripping hazards. But I'm also considering flipping everything 180 degrees. I'm on the fence about doing that. But regardless of that, one HDMI cable that I'm buying, the 30-foot slim ones are $30 a piece. So buying 4 of those was $120. And then I'm going to buy a couple extras. I bought a couple of 25-footers, and I realized I bought 2 of them. I'm going to go ahead and buy 2 more. They're the ultra slim HDMI cables. Just like those ultra slim Ethernet cables, they're life-changing. They're lightweight, they're flexible, they're not as rigid. And I can put them under the carpet, the area rug here, and you don't even feel them underneath the carpet. That's how thin they are. And then they won't be the tripping hazard they are right now. But because of moving the streamer, all the cables are now too short. So I've hooked it up so it'll work, but there's a couple of them, like to camera 1 here, that cable's, yeah, I probably need an extra 5 to 10 feet on that cable to make it safe. Certainly to run it underneath the carpet. If I ran it under the carpet, it'll never reach here. So I just kind of hodgepodged it together for now. But thank you, and that's exactly what I'm going to use that gift card money for. $25 via PayPal from Luke Greenia, as he said he sent. And Frank Jimmy with an Amazon gift card says, Merry Christmas. Frank says, hey, Carrie, I really appreciate you taking the time to answer my questions and allowing me to participate in this wonderful community you've created. Keep up the great work and the great content coming, and I will be a viewer for many years to come. Merry Christmas, and hope you have a prosperous and a healthy new year in 2023. And he includes a $25 Amazon gift card. That is awesome. Hey, I'm doing great today. It needs to be December 23rd more often. Thanks, you guys. Winston Liu with $14.03 sent via PayPal. And Winston's been very generous as well. Many of you have. I'm just seeing the names that are in front of me at the moment. And then I get a ton of Amazon emails for the doorbell that said, your package has been delivered. Your package has been delivered. Your package has been delivered. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 packages. I got some work to do. But some of that is studio equipment. Let's get back to the mesh routers. So thank you guys so much for your continued support. And like I said, I'm spending the money at Amazon anyway. YouTube is going to take 30% of your super chat contribution. If you didn't know that, if you're super chatting $50, I get 35 of it, and I won't get it for at least 30 days. PayPal takes 3%. I get it immediately. And if you contribute via Amazon gift card, I get 100% of it immediately. I don't have to wait, and there's nothing taken out. And I'm probably just going to spend it at Amazon anyway, because let's face it, I don't have any elves. Well, I have one, but I don't have any elves that actually make stuff. So I have to go to the Amazon website to buy stuff for the content I'm making. The more stuff I can get, the more content I can make. Otherwise, it's just a talking head talking about the news or opinions. And that's fine from time to time, but I wouldn't be doing that 5 days a week. I mean, I've done videos 4 days this week, 5 days. I believe I did all 5 days last week. And I'm still catching up with my backlog. So once that backlog's caught up, I'm hoping to be able to still have some other stuff I can make content on. In the meantime, thank you for your support. Every little bit helps, and it all adds up. And whether you contribute through participating on the chat or sharing the videos on your social network or just enjoying the content, it's all a form of contribution, which I appreciate very, very much. And it's super thanks to those financial contributions, because without those, the YouTube money it's the memberships, the super chats, and then the occasional sponsorships. That's mostly covering the expenses of these videos. If you're wondering why there was a period of time where I was only broadcasting once a week, it's because couldn't afford to make the content I wanted to make. So I was sort of, my hands were tied, and I also had business going on that I had to take care of. But it was a combination of those two things. And I don't want to make just one video a week. I'd like to do at least 3 a week, and ideally 1 every day, take weekends off. However, we'll see where it goes. But without the contributions from those who contribute, I can promise you today's video wouldn't have been about this. So, because there's more to it than this. There's more to it. Here's the thing. I wanted to see, these just arrived yesterday. I got these TP-Link routers. These are the AC1900 Wi-Fi router. Okay. Am I a TP-Link fanboy? No. These were the cheapest routers that offered the mesh option from any manufacturer I could find. That was my goal. All right. So this is the AC1900. So if we look over here at Amazon, I gotta find my Amazon tab. So bear with me here for a second. There it is, AC1900. And then let's go to window capture. Okay, so this is what I've purchased. Now you see it's $49.99, $49.99. That's pretty good for a router that supports the mesh option. Now, but it doesn't say that here because when the router came out, it didn't support it. So the reason I know it supports it is if I go to TP, just do a Google search, TP-Link EasyMesh. We go to tplink.com and it says these are EasyMesh devices we make, right? So there's main router and satellite devices equals EasyMesh, all right. And I want to know what TP-Link items support it. So they go through all what EasyMesh is. Costly mesh versus economical easy mesh, meaning that you already have a router that you could use as part of your mesh, right? So you can set it up cheaper. In this case, even just buying a couple of routers was only, well, I'm going to show you here in a second, but where do we find which devices are easy? Check all EasyMesh compatible devices. United States, yes. Okay, so we've got this router, which, believe it or not, is one of their most expensive routers that does not yet support it. This still has the original firmware. There is no upgraded firmware. This came out back in August, I think. So one other reason I'm sending it back. Eventually, there will be a firmware update for this. So I'm looking for like a cheap router, right? That'll support EasyMesh. And it says show all 12. So they only have 12 Wi-Fi routers that do this. So the C80 is the one I saw that was about the cheapest here. And you see it says planned. So if I look at the Archer C80 and I go under support and I want to look for firmware upgrades, I want to see if the latest firmware upgrade adds EasyMesh support. Right there, this firmware update that was released on November 23rd of 2022, just a month ago, exactly 1 month ago, that's when it added support for EasyMesh. Prior to that, this router did not support it. So, hey, good for me, because when I go back over to Amazon and I see that $49.99 price, I think to myself, I wonder if they have any used ones. Because if a new one is $50, so I scroll down here, new and used from $35 with free shipping. Look at that. And it's not coming from Amazon Warehouse, which, you know, for $35, I'll take the risk. I'm sure they still do returns, but I just know if it's from Amazon Warehouse, the returns are, there's no anxiety about it. So anyway, for $35, I bought 2 of them. And I think they had 4 at the time, so there's at least 2 more. Well, I see one here, I see one here. Then after that, it goes up beyond the new price. So then that doesn't make any sense to buy from any of those third-party sellers. You might as well just get a new one. All we need is 2 of these to create a mesh system, and we're at $70. Now granted, it's not going to cover 6,500 square feet. It's only an AC1900 router. It's not going to be Wi-Fi 6, because that would be AX, or is it AX? Or is AX 6E? So this was before they were even labeling it. That seems really slow, AC 1900. I gotta Google it. But regardless, it may be fine for most people. AC's pretty old. But let me go back over to camera 1 here for a second.
Sure, but first you'll have to unlock your device.
I didn't touch my phone. All right. It's listening to me. It's like, are you still talking? All right. So all this is a system, right? I am going to be using this here in Studio B. That is really what I'm going to use. That I have anything to choose from, that's what I'm picking. I'll let you know if it works well. This is a used router. What that means is somebody bought it and returned it. In most cases, they're exactly like new. Amazon often says they have a blemish. I haven't seen one with a blemish yet, and nor would I care. The router isn't like, first of all, it is emitting radio waves, so I wouldn't stick it 2 feet in front of me just because I'd be interfering with the router, the signal. Why would I do that? Find a good location for it so the signal is free. I've seen people put routers in their attic. That's the worst possible place you can put your router. You just surrounded it with a bunch of obstacles and just cut your transmission strength at least by 1/3, if not by half. So now your signal won't go through your whole house because you didn't want anybody to see it, so you stuck it in an attic. I had these people, these were really wealthy people, and they lived in a really fancy place. And they had Cox Cable install wireless for them. And I could open up my cell phone, I can open up my laptop, and I can see the wireless. It's there, but I can't find the router. And this is a really, like, we're talking MTV Cribs kind of condo. Gated communities, security guards, every car is $100,000 at least in the parking lot. Minimum. Big money. And I can't find the router. I'm looking everywhere. It just doesn't exist. Well, come to find out, they have a coat closet. When you open up the coat closet and you move the coats aside, there's a metal, what looks like alarm box. And when you open that alarm box up, that's where the cable modem router was placed. So you took a wireless radio and you stuck it into a metal box, and then you put that in a little room, and then you covered it up with clothes, and then you closed the door. How's that thing getting out? What do you think that's doing to the signal? And when their internet goes down and they're told to reboot their router, will they know how to even find the router? And they're going to have to open the closet, move the clothes aside, open the metal door, reach in, grab the modem router, unplug it, plug it back in, put it back in, close the door, fix the coats, close the closet door. It is the single stupidest location for a wireless device, and leave it to the wealthy people that, God forbid, we can't see it. It's unsightly. Put some jewels on it or something. Bedazzle it. Put a Rolls Royce emblem on it, and suddenly you're going to want to show it off. That was the single dumbest thing I've ever seen in my life. Now, I will say, the condo was not very big. And so that router was able to reach through the rooms. And as a result of it being boxed in like that, it didn't extend out too far, I'm assuming, to other condos surrounding it. However, leave it to the people that are wealthy to take something that is intended to transmit and to put it in a location that makes transmission as difficult as possible, and also makes maintenance very difficult. I mean, I was befuddled. I could not find it. I actually left the customer's location saying, you need to contact the cable provider and ask them where they put it, because I have looked up and down. I'm opening up cabinets. I'm opening up kitchen cabinets. I'm like, where did they stick it? It never occurred to me to look behind the coats. And even if I saw that metal box, which I probably did, I assumed it was a fuse box or an alarm panel. I have never before seen that. And I never want to see it again. It's completely stupid. So for these people that say, I don't want to see it, it's hurting your performance. It's hurting your signal strength. It's hurting my head Why would you do that? I'm trying to think of an analogy. It's like people buy a really nice fast car. I got one. People buy a big 4x4 truck and then they lower it so the bumper is just like a centimeter over the ground. Why would you do that? It costs a lot of money. It ruins the ride. And what's good is a 4x4. If a soda can is something you can't drive over, every speed bump you have to slow down and very carefully go over. And you just spent all this money and you ruined it. Well, it's your money and it's your car and you can do whatever you want. But man, I don't get it. Why would you do that? All right, I got it out of my system. Thanks for listening. How much is my bill? Let's get therapy. Frank Jimmy says, the lion, the witch, and the wireless router. Well, I'm just going to put my wireless router, I'm going to put my wireless router in Narnia, then I don't see it. I just can't imagine why my signal strength doesn't reach in the living room, though. That's a great example. Martin Wolford says, nice Faraday cage. Right? Don't explain that to most people. It's not going to get it. Where's she at? Sticking 30-inch wheels with 1-inch tires. Yeah. You roll over a dime and you get a flat, and it's a very uncomfortable ride if you have little sidewalls that are that tall. John Williams says, you're making me laugh, Carrie. Thank you. Well, that's what we're trying to do. Look, tech stuff is so dry and boring. We got to put a little humor in there. Let's try and make it fun, but let's also try and keep the logic. And let's look at this in a most preposterous way we can look at it to realize, hopefully, you can at least see from my eyes the way I see it, because I do see it like that. It's like outrageous. So in my life, the way I've dealt with all the trauma in my life and all the sadness is through humor. That's my coping mechanism. When I get uncomfortable or angry, I will often fall to humor. That's your trigger alarm right there. If you see me like finding humor in it, I'm really tormented. But I'm glad you're enjoying it. Mark Leibowitz says in the chat room, a lot of my residential calls come from people who set their routers up in the basement, usually because the ISP put their equipment there. And then they wonder why the Wi-Fi is bad on the second floor. But again, we can get around that now with a mesh system, absolutely. And the good news is, like Cox Communications out here in Phoenix will guarantee the Wi-Fi reaches all the rooms of your house, and they're going to sell you all the equipment and do the install. And so if you have any problem with it after they install it, you call them and they'll move it. Now, they might just punch holes from the outside of your house to the inside, moving it around, and then haphazardly patch them up because they're not construction workers. And they're not networking people. They're cabling people. Not to put them down in any way, but that's just what their job is. I saw one, there was a friend of mine where the Cox installer, which is always contracted out to some third party, as far as I know, used a long drill bit. It went from the inside of the house, drilled into the wall to the outside of the house. And on the outside of the house, they were this far from the gas line. Do you hear my heart beating? Oh. I don't want anybody drilling a hole in my house. Well, we're going to caulk it. We're going to seal it. No. I got scorpions. I got bugs. The caulking dries up in 115-degree weather. I get over 100 days of over 100 degrees Fahrenheit every summer minimum. That just doesn't hold up well. You're not putting holes in my house. We're going to find an existing hole and use it. Now, here in Studio B, they put the router all the way against one side of the house. That means half of my wireless signal is going out to my neighbors. What good is that? That means the other side of Studio B, the signal gets weak. Now, putting in a more powerful router makes that bubble bigger. And now we can get to the other side of the house, and I'm probably getting to the other side of the neighbor's house too. But there's an easy solution for this. All I have to do is take that modem, turn the Wi-Fi off on it, and run a cable even from that wall over to this wall. This wall is almost the middle. And stick it on this shelf, one mesh point. go take another mesh point, put it at the opposite end of the house or in the middle of the opposite end. And then we create another overlapping bubble. With 2 mesh points, I got the whole place covered. The place is like 2,000 square feet. So it's not small, it's not big. But the one, right now I'm using the Asus ROG, what's it called? The 6000 AX6, GT-AX6000. And once again, it's in the corner of the house. So what that means is, not only is half of my broadcast signal going to this neighbor on the other side of the house, it's also going across the pool in the backyard into the neighbor's house behind me. Why? It's just a bad location. So if I ever have an opportunity to buy Studio B, I'm moving that into the room behind this wall because that's the middle of the house. Now, I will still keep it to this back wall because I have a full backyard that goes the entire length of the house and I want the Wi-Fi signal back there. And so the neighbor behind me is going to get it, but I don't care. But at least this neighbor over here, it should be very weak for. Anybody on the other sides, it should be very weak for. And it should be absolutely no less than 3 bars at worst, anywhere on this property, inside or out, front yard or back. So placement of your Wi-Fi is important if you're having dead zones or weak zones. Sometimes you don't need a new router. Sometimes you don't need a mesh. Sometimes you just need to get a longer Ethernet cord and then move your Wi-Fi router more to the middle of your house. And if you can, set it up on a high shelf, because anytime it's down lower and you're walking around, you're interfering with the signal as you walk around. You're breaking it. There's a way that you can actually see through walls now to see the Wi-Fi signal, and you can see the outline of a person breaking that signal as they walk across the room. They can actually surveil people that way. So ideally, look, that's still going to happen even if the Wi-Fi is up here, but it won't impact the performance of the Wi-Fi if it's just up above the walking area. Not at a certain height, just as high as you can comfortably get it, but not on the other side of a wall, not in an attic. A basement is one of the worst places you could place a router, but it's a great place for a mesh point. If I had a house that had a second floor and a basement, I would put one of these towards the middle, as close as I can get to the middle of each floor. I'll probably have 100% coverage anywhere in that house. I mean, that's up to 6,500 square feet. I could probably walk out to the mailbox, still have 3-4 bars of coverage. That's how powerful these are. Dennis in the chat says Comcast in Gig Harbor, Washington uses only Wi-Fi. They no longer cable install anymore. Hey, that sounds awesome. Even better. Dylan in the chat wants to know, does an Ethernet cable experience issues after a certain length? Yes, depending on the kind of Ethernet cable. Traditionally, you're going to be wanting to use Cat 6 or 6A. But if you have older Cat 5, the limits on those are all the same at 100 meters or 333 feet. I strongly recommend you don't go longer than 300 feet. After that, you need to plug into a switch or something that can boost the signal. And you know, the switch is going to be plugged into power, and then you can extend it up to 300 feet to the switch, and then from that switch another 300 feet. Then you can get 600 feet. So, yes, every cable, USB cables longer than 13 feet, generally, you're going to have problems. And I'm talking just USB 2. When you get into USB 3 and you're getting into higher speeds, then the distance on the cable becomes much more sensitive. USB-C, you'll notice a lot of those USB-C cables are relatively short. If you get a longer cable, it's going to drop in speed. You may have random disconnects, all kinds of problems. But the manufacturers, if they're quality manufacturers, they do all this math for impedance and resistance and length to know the gauge of cable that needs to be. So when I'm buying these really thin HDMI cables, I've noticed the longer the cable is, and they only go to 30 feet, the thicker, it's just slightly thicker. And that means the engineers have done the math to know how to avoid interference, how to avoid the loss of signal resistance, impedance, everything that occurs as we extend the length of the cable. So if I wanted a 50-foot thin cable, they don't make them, and there's a reason for that. It wouldn't be reliable. So, but they do work reliably, regardless of what other people have said. I use them here, and they do carry power over Ethernet no differently. The Ethernet cables do, the thin Ethernet cables. And then these thin HDMI cables, they carry 4K at 60 hertz no differently, but they're super lightweight, super flexible. I love them. I absolutely love them. But there is a limit to how far the cables can go. At least to maintain those speeds. Now, if you're running category 3, different rules apply. You know, it depends how old your cabling is. 10 base 2, I hope you're still not using 10 base 2. You know, 10 megabit cabling versus 100 megabit cabling versus gigabit cabling versus 2.5 gigabit cabling versus 10 gigahertz. 10 gigabit would be fiber optic. But you can still use copper. Cat 6A should cover 2.5. You'll notice the cables, if you shop for cables, they'll have a frequency on them. If I was going to put cables in today, they would all be Cat 6A. I would not use Cat 7 or Cat 8. Just buy Cat 6A, be done with it. Everything is moving to Wi-Fi though, so if you can postpone doing without cabling, likely your cabling will soon be obsolete anyway. I don't know why anybody would put in 10 gigabit cabling when likely we're going to get 10 gigabit wireless before long, a couple of years. Net buoy. Remember Net buoy?
Tell Glenn I'm here for the humor.
Glenn, camera girl says she's here for the humor. Did someone call for humor? I'm here. That's what he says. Alan's got a birthday. Happy birthday to Alan. Hey, everybody in the chat, say happy birthday to Alan. Come on. Show a little love. He's competing birthdays with somebody a little bit more popular. Okay, so anyway, where are we at? We're at 2 hours already. I gotta move this along. I was, an hour ago, gonna take this out of the box. I've never taken this out of the box before. We're having the Kerry Holzman experience. We're on this discovery together. This way, I'm not telling you stuff and you're just believing me. You're experiencing with me. We're gonna see the same thing together. I don't know how you get more real than that. There could be a dead rat in here. I don't even know. No, it smells more like a dead possum. Oh, that's like way smaller than I expected. Does this look like a used router to you? This was, wait a minute. This doesn't even have a used sticker on it. Sometimes Amazon puts a sticker that says, thanks for giving this a second life. That looks brand new as far as I can tell. I don't know what's going on. I paid $35 for this router and it said it was used. Let me go over to, you know, why don't we grab the close-up camera? Let's put you to work. You don't get the day off. You almost got through this whole video without having to work.
Darn it.
No, we ain't doing that.
Darn it.
No, it ain't Christmas yet. Back in the mine. Okay, let me find that camera. There it is. Come on over. So here's what I got. Check this out. First of all, look how tiny. Some of these routers I've shown you, they take up a lot of space on a desk, right? And you're like, oh my God, that's a monstrosity. This is one of the smallest routers I've seen in 8 years. Look at this. This is used. Amazon says this is used. This has never been opened before. $35 is what I paid. Free shipping. How bad could it possibly be? Am I tempting fate? The antennas are already attached. They are not removable. Wow, that's really on there. Look at how little this is. I haven't seen a router this little. Man, if I could get a router this little that performs like the big routers, you know it's coming, right? Give it a couple years. I don't know why I'm having trouble. What do they do? Heat shrink these? Well, I guess I'm not going to be able to put that back on if I have to send it back. That's okay. It doesn't. Sending it back doesn't require you keep this packing stuff anyway. I'm probably not going to send it back for $35. I think it'll be great as a decoration, if nothing else. I don't like how difficult it is to take the plastic off. I could have had this router set up easier than taking the plastic off. So what else is in the box? Take a look in there. We should have an instruction manual, which we do. And we've got a power adapter and an Ethernet cord. That's pretty much par for the course for any router, be it Wi-Fi or mesh. They usually all come with that. I mean, without the power adapter, it's no good. So, and the Ethernet cable, I like to provide my own because this is never the right length. And this is a thick cable where I'm going to use the thin ones. But hey, it's at no additional cost. I almost said it was free, but no, it's not free. It's in the cost of the router. And that's all there is to it. If I were going to send this to a viewer, it would cost me $35 to pack it and send it via FedEx ground, the cheapest way possible. So just the free shipping alone, along with the box it ships in and the packing material, that's easily $35 for you or me to do it. But we don't have the scale and the deals of Amazon. And of course, Amazon has their own shipping too that they, only pay for cost, right? People forget that though when they find out how much it costs me to ship stuff. We're all so used to that free shipping. Plus buying the box and the packing material. FedEx ain't giving that stuff away. In about 20 minutes from now, I should have all the plastic removed and we can actually start to use this. You don't want to use it with the plastic on it. Oh, but I want to keep my antennas looking nice. I'd also like to interfere with my range as much as possible. The plastic protects me. It's a Wi-Fi condom. I don't want to get any viruses. It doesn't work like that. You shouldn't laugh. You're only encouraging me. All right. So now I've made a huge mess of little bits of plastic that's going to drive my OCD up a wall. Oh, I have to just get rid of this stuff. Oh, you want to look at that? Okay, let me just throw all this in the trash and get it out of here. Or the recycle bin or wherever it goes. I never want to see it again. What a pain in the rear end. Okay. So, look. Internet goes in the blue port. Ooh, it's like 3D. Got your 3D glasses on? Oh, more plastic. All right, take a look. And then you plug your computers, or even if you have like mesh system or whatever, just any of the yellow ports, doesn't matter which ones. All right, let me get the power adapter out. Let's get this thing fired up. Let's get something done here. Now, this likely will not have the latest firmware. And without the latest firmware, we won't have the EasyMesh option. And the whole point of me buying this is the cheapest way for me to demonstrate EasyMesh. Now, full disclosure, I have never set up EasyMesh ever in my life. So we're going to try it for the first time, and if we're not successful, then they're lying and it's not easy. So we're going to find out if it's truly easy, and we're going to try it. But first, we need to make sure the router works. We need to plug it into that little mini PC. We got our little Nook here from the other day, and we're going to plug the Nook directly into the router. Thought I heard something rattling around in there. So I'm going to step around here, and I'm going to plug into our power strip down here. And then we're going to give it some power. We've got a power on and off here. Now look, it really doesn't matter how you set up the antennas, but you do want them to be equally spaced. So if we're going to do this, then we also want to kind of do that. We want more or less symmetry between all the antennas. They can be straight up, they can be straight back. We could set this router up like this and hang it on the wall. Then we're not using any desk space at all, but the cables are going to look like, you know, you turn it that way. That's not ideal for your signal unless this is way up high. Then you got to run all your cables way up high. That's not going to look good either. But you can figure it out, right? That's what these little things are for. So you can mount it this way, or this way, or this way, or that way. Or you could sit it on a desk, and ideally, the antennas face up. And what you don't want to do is you don't want these out like that. If you're going to do that, then also move these so that the space between all four is about the same. It doesn't have to be perfect, but experiment with it and you'll see what I'm telling you is true. When you walk around your place looking at your Wi-Fi signal strength, how your antennas are positioned is key. And when you have multiple antennas, the idea is that you keep them all equally spaced and the router does all the math, which is much easier than doing the math like that. All right? It'll still work. Just if you want the best signal out of it, keep them all equally spaced. All right, now, I'm going to grab the internet out of the back of this computer, and we're going to plug it in to the internet there. Then I'm just going to grab a spare patch cable I've got laying around, and we're going to go from any of these yellow ports, doesn't matter which one, and then we're going to go right here into the back of the NUC, and then we're going to turn, by the way, having your power cable wrapped around your antenna, not good. We don't need to create a magnetic field around our antenna. I'm going to hit the button, turn this on, and we should have some lights somewhere on this. Yes, I see lights right here. And we're not off to a good start. I don't even get a power? Nothing?
Yeah, power.
Where is it?
Yeah, that's good.
Oh, there it is. I couldn't see it on the angle. See what happens? Look, lights. They're like recessed behind little, interesting. Wow. Well, some people are going to love that because it won't be blaringly bright. Other people are going to hate it because all you got to do is look at it on an angle and they go away. Not there, there, not there. All right, give that a minute to boot up. It shouldn't take very long. These older routers and less expensive routers don't have the fancy operating systems and features that can take 2 to 3 minutes to boot. These will boot usually in under a minute. All right, let me stack some trash up here. Let's just put that there, put that box on top of that box and this box, and I'll just put it in here for now. Instructions, we don't need instructions. Why is the video boxed like that? What's going on with that camera? Hold on. Let me get my old man glasses and see what's happening here. Wait, whatever you just did. No, hold on a minute. Yeah, now it's good. What are you changing? The record? No, you shouldn't have to record. We're live streaming. So let's change the mode. Let's go to, let's try that. Does that change it? Hey, now we're in video mode instead of picture mode. That should help. Press the shutter button. Oh, no, I'm in panoramic mode. That's not movie mode. Hold on. Whoops. Where is the movie mode on this thing? Oh, the little piece of film there. Let's try that out.
There you go.
Yeah, now we don't have the black bars on the sides. Okay. Now we're shooting at 16:9. Better. That should have booted by now. I need to go over to this computer. I need a keyboard and mouse for that. I use the white keyboard and mouse for this so I can tell them apart. Remember the other day I was showing the different keyboards? So this is the Cinda wireless keyboard and mouse combo. It's pretty much the same as this black one, but it's silver and white. And maybe I won't grab the wrong one as often. Maybe I will. Place your bets. We'll see what happens. All right. Jaitesh says, thanks, the video's way better. Yeah, sorry I didn't notice that earlier. I'm scatterbrained as usual, but At least we figured it out well. We were broadcasting, so that's a good thing. Okay, come a little closer. It's too close. No, look down here. Look at this stuff. All right, this little teeny tiny router, $35, man. Used, supposedly. Yeah, and then if you look at it just the right angle, you can see the lights. The cables are pulling it to one side. It's so lightweight. A strong wind will blow it away. All right, that's good. We're gonna go back to the desktop over here. This is the Nook. You're fine. You're clear. Now, over here on the Nook, I got to go full screen for me. All right, we're going to go to the internet. Remember, I don't have any instructions. I do have instructions, but I'm not going to read them. I'm going to just try and configure this the same way I pretty much configure all routers, wireless or not, which is we open the browser. Sometimes when we first plug a router in, it's going to take us to the router setup page. Some router manufacturers, like you would go Netgear, what is it, TP-Link, Wi-Fi.net or something. That doesn't work. Let me look. Sometimes it's on the sticker on the bottom of the router. This already comes with a pre-assigned wireless password and PIN and SSID, which you can leave alone or you can set up on your own. TP-Link Wi-Fi.net is the default access. Isn't that what I typed in? I might have misspelled TP-Link Wi-Fi.net. I did not. Maybe I got to put the HTTP in front of it. Why is it not working? Oh, it's just telling me. It's like warning me for no good reason. All right, so first thing it wants is a login password, so no one can just change the settings of this router willy-nilly, because that would not be good for security reasons. I'm gonna type in here, this is my password. Don't use this. This is a terrible password. This is my password, but I just want to get through this quick. Got to type it twice the same and write it down somewhere. Select your time zone. I'm in Arizona. We're UTC -7. We never change our clocks ever. We're going to just go with a dynamic IP address. That's fine. Most of you are just going to keep clicking next as I'm doing. This is where we set up the wireless network names and passwords. I'm going to just leave these alone. You'll see it doesn't have Smart Connect. This router's not that fancy, but that's fine. And then if you want, you see this QR code. Now you can just simply point your phone at that QR code and it automatically gets the SSID and password. You don't have to type it in every time. I click next. There is TP-Link Cloud Service. I'm not going to use it, so I'm going to hit skip. And we are at the home page of the router. Most modern routers, when you buy them, will walk you through checking for the firmware update, whether you like it or not. This is an older router. Still modern, but towards its end of manufacturing cycle here. But for $35, you know, it's a good deal. It just doesn't have all the bells, whistles, and features of a more modern router, but it's still technically a modern router, just not as modern. Now, if we look down through some of these options, you'll see we got internet, we got the router, we got the clients up here, we've got internet settings, we've got wireless settings, guest network is not enabled by default. And then, we have a button that says upgrade. What happens when we hit that? Online upgrade. The firmware we have is 146, the latest is 149. Let's upgrade it. You want to upgrade? I do. Bear in mind, you don't want anybody online doing this without telling them, hey, I'm going to upgrade the router right now, so you're probably going to lose the connection or things are going to get super laggy and disconnect for a minute. It's kind of rude to do that to other people that are using it. So it's just nice etiquette, nice netiquette to say, hey, router's going offline for a couple minutes. Or do it when nobody's using it. Now, that was a pretty fast firmware upgrade. It downloaded the latest firmware to the router, and the router is now restarting on its own. In most cases, this doesn't really know how long the router takes to restart. The engineers have sort of evaluated a countdown. based on how long an average the router takes on average to restart. And so once it's essentially not actually doing anything but counting down, and they could just as easily have shown us the countdown number, whatever the timer is, but let it count down. Just be patient, and then it's going to refresh the page. And now it's going to be like a brand new router all over again, except it is remembering our settings, thank goodness. This is my password. Oh, I didn't type that right. This is my password. Don't use that password. If you're smart, you won't use it. All right, now, let's see, we go to upgrade. Firmware 149, latest firmware is 11130. So there's a firmware upgrade to our firmware upgrade, so let's upgrade it. Wow, that's unusual. You don't often see that with a router. That means this router's probably been sitting on a distributor shelf for some time. If they were making these routers today, which they might be, they will have the latest firmware upgrade installed at the factory. So that when you get a device that has an old BIOS or an old firmware, that gives you an indication of when it was made and how long it's been sitting in distribution before you got it. So once again, it's a pretty small router, doesn't have a large NAND memory because it doesn't have a bunch of bells, whistles, and features. So like I said, it doesn't take as long to boot up, and the firmware is smaller and faster to upgrade. So yes, if we take away a lot of bells and whistles, things can often get faster as far as, and simpler as far as the operation of the unit, configuring it. But your configuration options are very limited as a result. So it's a trade-off. Okay, is it gonna restart? Okay, there, it refreshes the page again. We probably have to sign in again, yeah. All right, now I don't see the upgrade option anymore. There still should be a way to check. Let's go to advanced. Let's go to system, firmware upgrade, and firmware version 1.11.30, build 220624. The latest version is 112. What? Oh, look, the upgrade option just came up. I just was impatient. Okay. I'm really in for it. I mean, I'm getting my money's worth out of this, because how often do I get to show a router upgrade? And now I get to show the same router getting upgraded 3 times. And you know what? There might be a 113 for all I know. This is very unusual. But it's important. Before we deploy this router and start using it, we want to make sure we have the latest features and security. If you've never done this with the router you have now, I would highly recommend you log into your router, go to the advanced section, and under administration or system, depending on the make of the router, click on firmware update, and there should be a check button to auto check it. Again, make sure no one else in the house is using the router when you do this, or you're probably going to be upsetting some people. When it's done, you may notice no difference whatsoever, but there will be, at the very least, better security applied to the router. There may be other features, such as the EasyMesh will eventually become an option over here. Like right now, I don't see an EasyMesh option yet. We're going to watch for that new option being offered to us. That'll be one way I know I have the latest firmware, because remember I looked at the website, and the website said that most current firmware introduced EasyMesh to this router. If we go through all the updates and EasyMesh isn't there, then they lied and I wasted $70 because I bought 2 of them for that strict purpose. So I'm going to believe the information I got was real, since it came right from TP-Link. Wow, this is interesting. All right, local password. This is cool, right? I think it's cool. It says update. Okay. Firmware version, hardware version. Oh, there's an auto update we can turn on now. And look, EasyMesh is there. Thank you, camera girl. Yes, EasyMesh. See? Now we absolutely do have the latest firmware because there is nothing newer. Like I said, the latest one said it introduced this mode. So this was not here before. Okay. EasyMesh. This kind of gives you an example of how EasyMesh allows the wireless device to walk or to roam around the building, and how it will automatically hand off the wireless signal to whichever signal is stronger depending on where you are in the building. Pretty cool. Okay, current mode is main router. Remember, you have the router, the main, and then you have your satellites or your nodes. Now in this mode, you can add EasyMesh and OneMesh devices to boost your Wi-Fi coverage. So OneMesh devices are strictly what TP-Link calls repeaters. You cannot connect another TP-Link router. When we do connect a TP-Link router, it must be EasyMesh compatible. So there's only about 12 of them, and this is one of the 12. This was the cheapest, as I've already explained. So we want to add a satellite or a node, and they want to know, is it going to be an extender or a router? Now this upsets me, because TP-Link calls their extenders repeaters on their website, but they're properly calling them extenders in the firmware. They need to pick a, what's the word, nomenclature. Pick a nomenclature and stick with it. So we're going to connect another TP-Link router, but not yet. Not yet, because I have to take another, hold on. Bear with me for a second here. Let me go back to camera 1. Oh, other mouse carry. See, even a different color mouse, I'm still picking the wrong one. Okay, so that's all set up. That's done. All right, so here's the thing. I'm going to turn this off now because this all has the firmware update that's required basically to make this a satellite. So here's what I'm going to do. The one that comes out of the next box is probably going to need all the same updates in order to be have the EasyMesh option available, right? So I'm going to make this the satellite. In order for this to be the satellite, it's my understanding that we don't want any changes to the router. We want to default this to no login name, no password, just as it came out of the box. So I'm going to turn it back on. I probably shouldn't have turned it off. And then I'm going to grab a small paper clip, or you know, Amazon sells these little SIM card removal tools for like for cell phones, and it works good for pushing reset buttons. That looks like this. They sell them like in a pack of 6. They're pretty cheap. It's just a metal pin. It's much sturdier than a paper clip, but a paper clip will work in a pinch. And then what I want to do is I'm going to go into the back and look for the little recessed button here, push the button in and hold it until I see the lights blinking. I'm going to hold it just a little bit longer. There, they just went off. That's it. Now the router's going to reset back to factory defaults, but it keeps the latest firmware. It does not erase the firmware. And that's the mode we're going to want it in to add it as a satellite. Does that make sense? The satellite, when we go to connect it and make it a satellite, that configures it, not us. So, have I lost anybody? Has this gotten confusing? The satellite configuration is going to happen automatically. We don't even create a login name or anything for this. Sarge Tech says, yeah, you sure got your money's worth, that's for sure. 35 bucks. And so if it doesn't have the greatest range, we buy another one for 35 bucks and we can pretty much nearly double our range. Now, could you basically get the same range from a $70 router? Maybe, and then maybe some other bells, whistles, and features come with a $70 router, or a $140 router, or keep going, get to a $300 router, and go all the way up to the Asus flagship at $700. Depends on what your needs are. For the most part, if you're not running 2.5 or 10 gig, probably adding a couple $100 just for those two features. And if you're not using them, just buying the best isn't necessarily a smart move that you're going to grow into. You may never grow into that. Could be some other technology that supplants that between now and then. I'm giving this a minute to reset. Do me a favor. Take this router and go plug it in somewhere else in the house. And that's all we need is the plug. There'll be no other cables. And I've left it turned on, so as soon as you plug it in, it'll power up. Oops, that's only a $800 camera I knocked down. Just set that anywhere in the house. Now, let's go to router number 2. Again, this is another $35 returned router that still has the shrink wrap mostly on it. I don't think this router's ever been taken out of the box, or someone was really good at putting this 70% of the shrink wrap back on it. No, I don't know where she's putting that. It's going somewhere in the house. Look, it's like brand new. It doesn't look like anybody's ever had this out of the box. No idea. Did it fall off the back of a truck? Is that what makes it used? This has clearly never been taken out of the packaging before. I think I struck gold here. $35. Now look, again, we're not going to get the bunch of wireless stuff. I'm not going to hook 50 wireless devices up to this and not think it's going to run, you know, super fast. It's going to be a dog if you overload it. It'll be pretty easy to overload it compared to a much more modern router. And many people are connecting more things to their router than they realize. Their phones, spouse's phones, or the kids' phones, your Nest thermostat, your garage door, maybe you have an appliance, a refrigerator, a stove, a barbecue grill. Everything wants to connect to your internet. Your garage door opener, your Ring doorbell, huh?
Silverware.
And yeah, soon it'll be your silverware. Yeah. It's all made in China, so probably chopsticks will be first. Is that racist? Just an observation. These are kind of like chopsticks. It's just observations. I'm just observing. Good news is I'm actually getting better at peeling this plastic off of these. Let's see. I was getting better. I jinxed myself. I can fix this problem. Any questions in the chat that I haven't seen, I haven't addressed. So if you repost your question now, as I'm going to spend the next 25 minutes doing them. So see, that just feels like it. But I'm glancing at the chat for something else to do. How far away did you put that other router? Did you go as far as you could? Oh, that could be a problem. We may not reach, but the only way to know is to try.
It's at the front of the door.
Where is it?
Right at the door.
The front door? Or the front door of the furthest bedroom?
Yeah.
Oh, so we're going through 1, 2, 3, 4 walls? We'll try it. If it doesn't work, it's your fault.
I'll move it.
I'm not expecting much for range. However, that may be just fine. And I'm being cautious. This may actually perform much better than I'm preparing myself for the worst and I'm hoping for the best, okay? But if that's probably nearly as far as we could get it. But if it's at the entrance of the door versus the back wall, these aren't big bedrooms, so it's only a difference of maybe 12 feet. Do I have the last router in the list, the AX55, to try? Yes, there is one more router, because when I set up the EasyMesh, I'm not going to stop there. No, because that would be too pedestrian. I'm going to use a completely different router from TP-Link that supports EasyMesh. That's a completely different model. And we're going to add a third satellite. Well, it'll be a second satellite for a total of 3 wireless routers, just because it should be super easy. Even though if these 2 routers cover that distance, there's no dead zones. I can guarantee it. But I'm going to add the third one because I can, and to show you how it's done, and to show you, first we do 2 of the same router to show you how that's done, right? And we compare it to, say, a mesh system. This is $200. When you add up to 3 of these routers, we're at nearly $200. But yes, there will be another router after this. And if it all works like it should, we should be able to mesh all 3 of them together. 2 are the same and 1 is different. We start with the 2 that are the same because I think it's easier to grasp that demonstration of how they work. And then we throw one that's different just to say, look, it still works exactly the same. The mesh system does not require 2 of them being the same. It just makes it easier for me to demonstrate it and explain it. Once we grasp that, then we can move forward to a different model and show that it works the same. So, and then we'll do them all at the same time to show that they all interact with each other when they are on the same mesh protocol. In this case, we're using TP-Link's. Well, actually, it's EasyMesh is adoptable potentially from any Wi-Fi manufacturer who chooses to adopt it. TP-Link is the only manufacturer of the big ones that I know that offers this. But there's no reason ASUS couldn't offer it, or Netgear, or D-Link, or anybody else for that matter. So if you're aware of any other manufacturers that support EasyMesh, let me know. I can buy one, and we should be able to mesh these all together regardless. As long as they support EasyMesh, it shouldn't matter who the manufacturer is. But in order to get the EasyMesh, as you've already seen, you may have to make sure you download the latest firmware. But you always want the latest firmware on your router anyway. Most people, they turn the router on, they never touch it again. It sits for years without an update. And there's some serious security concerns about that. Ignorance is bliss, right? They don't know, so they have no idea how much security danger they're in online by not updating the router. Or by not replacing the router in some cases. If it's over 5 years old, oh, sure, the range works fine, I don't have any complaints. But you could have open ports that aren't being patched, that are a potential port that a hacker could exploit. And you'd never know. It wouldn't be anything you click on, your computer wouldn't even have to be on. They would just take advantage of an exploit in the firmware that was never patched. They'd get into your router, they could monitor all your traffic, they could redirect your computer to do DDoS attacks to the federal government. You could have the Secret Service knocking on your door, and you'd be like, what's going on? And they're like, well, you're attacking the government. And you're like, what are you talking about? And then they'll come in with a search warrant. They're going to confiscate your router, any external drives, your computer without notice. They don't, no matter how courteous you are, they're not generally courteous back. They will just leave a mess when they're gone, at least from the people I've talked to that it's happened to. And then they do their investigation, and you can file to get your stuff back, and within a few weeks or months or maybe a year, you'll get your stuff back, unless they actually find out you did something you weren't supposed to. And that all happened because you didn't secure your Wi-Fi with a good password, or you didn't update your Wi-Fi with the latest firmware. Have I scared you? I hope so. because nobody thinks it's going to happen to them until it happens to them. And once it happens, it's a mess. It is a mess. All right, we're going to turn this one on and we're going to repeat everything we already just did. And I'm assuming we're going to have to repeat all those firmware updates because I'm going to guess these were all part of the same batch, though it's possible one is newer than the other. At least I'm adjusting my expectations. And these guys that show up from the government to collect your stuff, most of them don't even know what this stuff is. I've heard stories where they left behind hard drives and took things that were like little flash drives and left other things behind they should have taken. So quite often the lab that actually does the research, you know, the smart guys, they're not the guys that knock on the door and take the stuff. Those are kind of like thugs. So keep your Wi-Fi updated and keep your router updated, keep your Wi-Fi secured, because for one of my friends, it was somebody living behind them where he didn't have a password on his Wi-Fi, and they were using stolen credit cards to make purchases and having it shipped to that house. And it was all traced to his router, and he got a knock on the door from the Scottsdale Police Department, and after they left, he got a knock on the door from the Phoenix Police Department, also with a warrant to collect this stuff. Neither department knew the other department was doing it. And he's an old man. He's like 70 years old. Anyway, it's a horrible story. And he got his stuff back, but they ransacked his place. He was totally cooperative. They still ransacked it. And then he had to file all the paperwork and wait a couple weeks to get his stuff back. Then what ended up happening, just by luck, that person that was renting the house behind the alley from where he lived, they got kicked out or moved to another place and continued using stolen credit cards. But since they didn't get free Wi-Fi anywhere, they had to buy internet from Cox Communications. So this time the IP address actually went to the person doing it. Then they raided that house and arrested that person. And then they were able to say to my friend, "You're free and clear now, this all makes sense." True story that really happened. So best to do some things to ensure it won't happen to you. Okay, back over to my HDMI here. Did my computer go to sleep? Is that what happened? Or what happened? Where's my video? Oh, there it is. Okay, full screen. Log in with local password. Wait a minute, this is brand new. I never set a password up on this. Is this, oh, this is probably from before. Let me close and open it again. And TP link wifi.net. Yeah, that's better. Yeah, we were looking at the previous setting. All right, this is my password. I'm just gonna set it up the same way. This isn't of critical importance, but it doesn't hurt to set it. Just defaults here. All good. Great. Testing the internet. Okay. Next. I don't want the cloud service. We'll skip that. And upgrade. Upgrade. Okay, so we're going to go back through the update process on this router. And then this, when we're done, will be our main one. And the other one that, remember, we reset it. And all we did was turn it on and plug it in somewhere with all the defaults. So we didn't even set a password. It went right back to out-of-the-box settings. It's my understanding, and we'll find out if I've got it understood correctly, that when we go to set this up as a satellite, it does all that configuration for us so that this router can talk to the other router. All right, that's my understanding. But now to verify we understand it correctly, we have to try it. So we'll find out what the truth is very shortly. we may have to do this 3 times until we get the latest update. I can't remember if what was the first one? Was it 147 and then we went to 149, or were we at like 144 and then we went to 147?
111, then it went to 113, I believe.
Wow, we were there. So we might not have to go as many jumps here. But either way, we'll know when the EasyMesh option appears on the left side after we reboot. As we've rebooted, we're going to log back in with the password we set. And just a minute. Why has this not come up? It should have come up by now. Refresh it. Here we go. Better. All right, back over to upgrade again. Yeah, 149 to 111. Upgrade. Here we go again. This is very unusual to have to do more than one, but that's why it's important that after you do one, you go back and recheck that it says you're current. Because otherwise, how would you know? Derek joins us in the chat. Hey, Derek, welcome in. Glenn's Music says, what's the hacker's name? Carrie? I don't know the hacker's name. It could have been. That'd be a weird coincidence, wouldn't it? Francois says, Carrie, you said you're going to use mesh Wi-Fi, but are you still using the Netgear RAX 120? I use both, Francois. I use right now, the RAX 120 has been set aside because I'm testing the Asus GT6000, but that's not going to stay. I'm just doing that to evaluate. The mesh system is for a second internet connection that I'm sharing, or it was being shared with me. So there are 2 internet connections for Studio B. So therefore, 2 separate routers. The mesh system for one, and the RAX 120 will go back as my main router here, but currently I've set it aside so I can try out a couple different routers. All right, let me go back to the screen here and see what's happening. Might have to refresh the page. It might have happened too quickly. Yeah, it just happened too quick. That's what happened. All right, so once again, we're gonna log in. We're gonna go back over to upgrade. All this is live and unscripted, folks, just so you know. Now we're going from 111 to 112. See up here? I'm just looking at the first few numbers. Sometimes, if the numbers are the same, you need to look at the end numbers. Sometimes there's a minor upgrade. The higher the number difference is, the more changes there are between the 2 versions. So if it's a very minor update, then there's just a change on the end. But if it's a pretty major update, then the physical number changes here. And if it's a super major update, the first number will change. That's pretty rare to go from a version 1 to a version 2. But that means something very significant changed. So I think this is our last one, and then we're probably good for updates for a very long time. This may be the last update this router sees in its life. It's already a few years old, even though I purchased it new. This router was introduced in the market probably 2-3 years ago, I would guess. Doman says that is excruciating peeling, right? Usually you just slide the little plastic covers off the antennas from like Asus and Netgear. T-peeling really seals them around for some reason. Johnny Weld says, hello. Hey, welcome in there, Johnny. Crazy Vera. Wow, I haven't seen Crazy Vera in a long time. Good to see you. Piter VZ. I haven't seen Piter in a long time. Okay. Back at the login page. So I think this is our last one here. So full screen. This is a one-time setup deal, all right? So it's not like this is some huge pain in the rear end. Once you do this, it's set it and forget it. So let's do it. This is my password. We'll log in. And I hope we don't have any more updates. I think we're done. 112. I can turn auto update on and I don't have to worry about it. Have it do it early in the morning, like between 3 and 5 a.m. when I'm not using it. Then I don't have to check it. And then let's just see if EasyMesh is in here now. EasyMesh is there now. Okay, I've never done this before, but here's how I think we do it. We're gonna be meshing to another TP-Link router, not an extender or repeater. So I click on TP-Link router, I hit next. Okay, make sure your routers support EasyMesh, done, or OneMesh. Well, only if we're using OneMesh, but we're not, we're using EasyMesh, so it doesn't matter if they support OneMesh. The instructions are the same. A firmware update may be required for earlier OneMesh modes to support router-to-router networking. We already talked about that. 2, plug in the router near your main router. We did not do that. Reset them to their factory settings or change them to satellite router mode. It says them. It's referring to the routers you're connecting to, not to the one we're on right now. We would not reset the one we're on right now. That would not lead us to our goal. That would rewind us back to the beginning. Well, I don't know. Does it matter if it's near? Let's find out. It's going to search for satellite routers. Let's see if it finds it or if it's too far away. It says it's searching. Search for nearby TP-Link satellite routers and then add them to your mesh network. And then we got a couple of, oh, it found it. I mean, it didn't find itself, right? And the signal's 5 bars? Add. Okay, this device will enable and extend your 2.4 and your 5? Yes. And it's going to use the same SSID and the same password that's already been set here in this router. We could change it if we want to. We would change it on this router, but it's taking this router's current settings and it's going to send them over to that satellite or that other router that's becoming a satellite. It is configuring that other router on the opposite side of the house right now as we speak. Remember, we did not, when we set up the username and password, we did that just to make sure the router works and to make sure we could get the latest firmware. When we were all done, I hit the reset button, held it in for 5 seconds, let the router reboot itself, so it was back to out-of-the-box settings with the latest firmware. Then we plugged that in with no other cables, just power. Now, we could plug, I have a Synology NAS back there. We could plug it in and see if we can access the NAS. The NAS doesn't have Wi-Fi, but we can plug the NAS into the satellite router, into any of the 4 ports, if we want to, or we can also do Wi-Fi. This device has been added successfully. For optimal wireless coverage, relocate the device about halfway between your main router and the Wi-Fi dead zone. Right. That's just good Wi-Fi placement in general. It's not unique to this system. So now it should find, there's nothing more to add. It's already been added. So finish. And this should give us, there it goes. It got assigned an IP address. There's no clients connected to it. And it will automatically roam. If we walk around the house with our phone or a laptop or a tablet, it will automatically switch to whichever is giving it the strongest Wi-Fi signal. That was super easy. So it's what I thought. Again, I didn't prep for this. There's no rehearsal. Everything I'm doing would be no different than if somebody hired me and said, hey, I bought a couple of these. Can you set them up for me? I'd have to figure it out when I get to the customer's house. This is what I would do. These also have a 2-year warranty on them from TP-Link for $35. What? And they're $50 brand new. All right, let me look in the chat because I'm about to go to my certified refurbished router, which you can see has been packaged in a generic, discrete package so the neighbors don't know. Oh, this router is also very small. I'm used to these. Look. the TP-Link Wi-Fi 6E router is this. All right? $500, $35. This will cover a lot more square footage, but when we put this in mesh mode with another one, it probably still won't cover what this does, but it still may be all you need. And this has 10 gigabit ports on it and 2.5 gigabit ports and USB ports. This doesn't have any USB ports on it. So this is much more feature rich, but if you don't need those features and you're not rich, that's all you might need. Or if you're a very demanding user, that might leave you wanting. I don't know what you want. I don't know what makes you happy. You're a complicated person. All right, so in this box now, this is our refurbished router. This is the other one that's in the video note, the notes in this video. And if I go back over to Amazon, I have that page up here so you can see this router. Oh, yeah, that is that router. There it is. This is a $80 router refurbished, brand new. I don't know how much is this brand new. TP-Link Wi-Fi. This is Wi-Fi 6. That's good, very good. I want to just see how much is it brand new. How much did I save buying it renewed? Renewed is not the same as used. So it's $130, but there's a coupon to save 20 bucks. So $110 brand new. It does say OneMesh, but we're not using OneMesh, we're using EasyMesh. And that's such a new addition that TP-Link has offered that it has not been updated in their marketing online yet, at least at Amazon. Maybe they never will update it. It'll be our little secret. But it's the AX55 model. That looks like a pretty big router, doesn't it? I mean, it looks like it's deeper than it actually is. So yeah, $129, there's a $20 off coupon, so it's $109, or refurbished, $79.99. So obviously I bought the $79.99 one because I've had very, very good luck with refurbished, renewed, and used routers here on Amazon. I've never had to send one back. But look, if there was something wrong with it that was flaky, I wouldn't be too upset. They honor the return no differently, and I've never had to do that. So, okay, back over to camera one. And you want to grab the close-up camera and we'll unbox this one because this is a different unboxing experience. This router cost as much as both of these routers plus 10 more dollars, right? These two routers together were $70. This router refurbished $79.99, but you do get more for your money. This is Wi-Fi 6. You ready over there? And let's go to close-up cam. You're good. Come on over. All right. So here's the way it shipped to me. Plain cardboard box. I'm throwing the box out anyway. What do I care? Look at how they pack the antennas. A lot of times the antennas are packed separately so they don't break off in shipping. But on some routers, the antennas are not disconnectable. They're not upgradable. That's fine. Look at how little it is. You know, I've been so accustomed to these giant routers that anytime I see a router this small, it's like, oh, it's cute. But nah, it's a working, this is not a toy, this is a working router here. Nothing cute about it. Now, if we look on the back, I'm impressed. It's got a USB port, so we can have our own little NAS. We don't have to buy a Synology. We can just plug a USB drive in the back and share it over the network. Everybody can see the files and folders shared amongst all of your network. And what do we have back here? We have a WPS/Wi-Fi button. We have our reset switch. We have a USB 3 port. We have where WAN goes, our 4 computers we can plug in here, power on and off, and power here. And then I have this this painful plastic to remove. And then in the box, look down in the box here. We have this piece of paper. 90-day warranty on these. We have our Ethernet cable that we're not going to use. We have our power adapter that clearly, that's not factory wrapped. Some human hands wrapped that, but that's okay. It's just a power adapter. These power adapters are not interchangeable. Don't plug this into anything else but the router it comes with. If you're just guessing the plug fits, it's the right plug, you're gonna burn stuff up. Literally could cause a fire. So you will almost always ruin the power adapter. You'll almost always ruin the device you plug it into. Sometimes the polarity is the reverse. Sometimes the center is positive. Sometimes the outer side is positive, depending on the manufacturer. A lot of times the voltage is different and the amperage is different. So it's important that, you see this doesn't say TP-Link on it. So if this were to, oh yeah, it does. Very, very tiny. But if you have multiple TP-Links, these are likely different. I'd have to check them. The details are written on the adapter, which way the polarity is and what the voltage is and what the wattage or amperage is. If they're not the same, look, you don't need to do all that research. Just keep what came with it together. So you want to get a close-up of that one, and we can kind of sit them side by side. That's the $35 router, a lot smaller, not as powerful, not as many features. This is our $130 router that has a $20 coupon off for $109 that we bought refurbished for $79.99, and there's plenty more of those in stock. And it doesn't take up much desk space, but you can see it's a bit longer. It's about the same width. It's a few inches longer, but still way, way smaller than that ASUS router I'm using or that Netgear RAX 120. You know, the RAX, I've got an RAX 500, which is essentially the same size, just for size comparison. That's the RAX 120. That's a beast. And then these antennas, they fold down. That's your antennas. They ship it like that. Okay? Okay. Sarai, sarai. Now, let me get to work taking the plastic off. If I leave the plastic on, it's going to interfere with my range. Have I made that clear? Any questions in the chat room? I'm looking in the chat room. I've not been paying attention. So if you've asked anything and I haven't said it out loud and addressed it, it's because I didn't see it. So please do ask again. Don't be discouraged. Don't mention the guys that keep the peel on the refrigerator forever. I hate that. I still have the peel on the Lexus there though, on the floor sills. Keeps them from getting dirty. But they will yellow and bubble, and when they do, I'm peeling them off. TP-Link, come on, man. Why you got to do this to me? Some TP-Link engineer just giggling. Oh, he's struggling with getting the plastic off. Come watch this. Oh my gosh. Finally, all of that just to get one. Hold on. I got 3 more to go. I am looking in the chat. I'm looking. If you have a question, ask it while I'm looking. If you're using mesh properly, you generally disable your router's Wi-Fi. Yes, if you're plugging your mesh into another router, you don't want the 2 routers, if they're both Wi-Fi, competing against each other unless it's a part of the mesh. Otherwise, I'm in this camera. Otherwise, you're creating 2 signals that are interfering with each other. Well, they're competing with each other, and it will impact in a negative way your range and performance. So in general, if you're gonna add like if this were just a mesh system, this unit here, although this is also a router, what I would do is plug this into the existing router I have. If for example, I have one of those modem routers, on the bottom of it, there'll be a sticker that tells you what your login is. Log into it, disable the Wi-Fi on it. And then what I would do is configure the Wi-Fi to the exact same name, same SSID, same password as what my old router had. And I mean, it's gotta be exact. You've gotta use uppercase or dashes. It's gotta be exact on name and the password. And as long as it's exactly as what your old router had, all of your Wi-Fi devices automatically reconnect. It's seamless. The devices don't know which router they're connecting to. They only know what SSID and password they're connecting to. So your security has to be the same. If you were using WPA2, you've got to use WPA2. If it's capital letters, lowercase letters, or in a certain order for both the SSID, solid, there's no words. SSD is different from an SSID. They're two entirely different things. It has to be exactly the same. And as long as you set it up precisely as it was, your devices don't know the difference. They just reconnect. So it's totally seamless. All your cameras, your garage door, all your IoT, your phone, your tablet, your laptop, they all just reconnect. You don't even have to reboot them. It just works. If they don't automatically, then you didn't type it exactly the same, or you set the security to a different standard. So go back, look again, double check it. Preferably do it right the first time. It's usually people that are in a hurry that make the most mistakes. Those updates can fix bugs as well. Yes, they do. The updates generally offer one of at least and up to 3 differences. One is security, 2 is performance, and bug fixes would fall under security, and then 3 would be offering new features, such as, in this case, EasyMesh. SargeTech said, Kerry is 100% correct. I configured my new ASUS router the same way, and it was seamless, and everything just worked. So yes, could you do that with an access point? You could, but it's a lot more work. And some people like that, right? There's some folks out there that really get into this stuff. They find it fun. I got a job to do. I got to get it done. Look, the faster I can do it, the less I charge my customer. And then that leaves more time in the day to get to my next customer. If you want to sit around and play with all the configuration settings, you go knock yourself out. Go get yourself an access point and do it the way we used to do it 10 years ago. That's fine with me. I don't care. It's not necessarily saving you any money unless you're just insisting on using old equipment, but then we're back to security concerns. But that's your choice. Some people like that. No, yes, just because you have an access point doesn't mean it's old. They still sell them. If you like that sort of granular control, have at it, my friend. But for the rest of us, for the vast majority of people, this is what you're going to want because it's simple. And it's very affordable. I'm down to 1 more to remove. Doman says that's the same you would do with a regular access point. Setting the SSD on the security same, but good roaming depends a lot on the clients too. To some extent, that's true, but the router and the way it communicates with the satellites also plays a very important role in how well roaming is going to work. And I will say that the roaming will function better on a mesh system just out of the box without any fine tuning. And with the access points, generally you have to configure them manually versus the automatic setup that happens here, but not always. And look, don't take my word for it. Search around YouTube for how some content creators have compared access points to mesh systems, and they've done the live testing and they've done the live setup, and they'll tell you which one they prefer and why. I'm not going to sit here and tell you that there's no good reason to use access points anymore. I could never say that because I don't know what your needs are. There may be a very good reason why you're still using an access point. So here's the thing. Okay, so we've already set this one up as our main router, okay? Now, it would make sense if we had a more expensive router to default this as the main, but it doesn't have to be. It'll still be a more powerful router if, let's say, we've got the other one at the opposite end of the house, but maybe I want to put this one in the garage and I want to broadcast it out that way. And the garage, let's say, is a bigger area with a lot more potential things for interference, cars and electronics and such. I might want the more powerful router in the area that's a struggle to get through. Most of the time, you want your more powerful, newer, more expensive router to be the main, and let the littler ones, which are also physically smaller, the cheaper, put those in the dead zone areas, or not in the dead zone, but close to it. Because if you're in the dead zone, well, it's still a dead zone. You need to get a little closer. Preferably, you want at least 3 bars of connection between the two. Remember, if I have 3 bars of connection between these two devices, but a 5-bar connection between my phone and here. Well, they're communicating at 5 bars. That's only communicating here at 3. So my whole connections are going to be at 3. All right. Just look at your bars. For just a moment, I'm going to turn this router off. I'm going to plug this router in, and we're going to set this router up right now, live. And I just stepped on all my cabling. All right, let's go over here. I'm running out of plugs. And I'm going to borrow these 2 cables. We're going to take this. I'm going to turn this off for right now. Just ignore this one for now. I'll set it out of the way so I'm not confusing anybody, especially me. Okay, internet goes in the blue port. The NUC is going to go over here to any of the orange ports. And then we're going to turn this bad boy on. And then it's going to take a minute to boot up and initialize. Okay, now I'm going to switch back over to the NUC screen here. Just a minute. Hold on. Where's my NUC? Right there. And it's still on the screen from the previous router, so I'm going to close that out. You're in the clear now. So we're looking at the NUC, and we're looking at the previous router screen, which I've disconnected, so we're going to close that. And then we'll give this a minute to boot up, and then we're going to go back and log into TP-Link, Wi-Fi.net. And I don't think it's booted up yet. All right, let me give that just a minute. We'll go back over to camera 1 for a second. We'll keep an eye on those lights. The lights will indicate when it's ready. The higher end routers, you'll notice they take a little bit longer to start up. The lights just now flicked on. Sometimes you'll get a picture of a globe that tells you your internet's connected. You might get a red light when the router has never been configured before that's telling you need to configure this. Look, we're at 3 hours and I'm still not done. But there's so much to talk about. But it's so simple. It's so simple. Once we pick a system, right? It's one way with this system. It's one way with that system. So you get the system based on your budget, based on your needs, and now you know the difference between them and how to choose. Or at least I hope you're a little bit closer to understanding why you might pick one over the other, whether it's not worth spending the extra money or it is worth spending the extra money. Look how much smaller these are. And these will cover 6,500 square feet. Now, what are we going to get out of these 3 routers? If we place them optimally, could we get 6,500 square feet out of? I don't think so. Maybe. Depends on the environment. I wouldn't expect it. I would expect these would overall cover more distance, but I could be wrong and I could be right depending on the environment and the needs. I really don't know. But I wouldn't. This is designed to cover 6,500 square feet. This is not. This is sort of, we're stretching it out. We're using 2 cheap routers. Now, if I had 3 of these $80 routers, well, probably could cover 7,000 square feet, but I'm also spending more than these cost. Right? It's not like there's some secret magic solution that you just buy this one and it's better in every way than everything else. Each thing has pros and cons, including price, features, physical size, distance, performance, the number of devices you can connect to it. It goes on and on and on. If we had 3 of these, we'd have a total of 12 Ethernet ports, Gigabit Ethernet ports we can use. With this, we have 3, 6, 9. If that's important to you, it may be worth it to get the extra 3 ports. Then that sort of defeats the whole point of wireless if you're using that many wired things. But maybe you got a lot of both. I don't know what you got. Okay, back over to the NUC. There we go. It did finally start up for us. All right, once again, we're going to set up for the first time. Must contain at least 2 types. Oh, they changed the password rules on me, huh? Must contain at least 2 of either letters, numbers, or symbols. So I got to have Letters, numbers, and symbols. This is my password. Oh, I could just do a capital T. Letters, oh, numbers and symbols. Well, it doesn't matter if it's upper or lowercase, then it doesn't count. All right, this is my password, 1 exclamation. This is my password, 1, there, I got the number and the special character. That should keep it happy. So the other cheaper routers didn't have the enforcement of strong password, allowing you to leave yourself insecure. So, you know, you're paying for less, and you're not getting that added protection. It's looking out for you. Again, we're just going to go with the defaults here. We'll leave, oh, it looked like it had Smart Connect enabled. I only saw one SSID. That's really cool that it'll switch your device from 2.4 to 5 automatically, which may not work well for some older devices. But we can turn that off if we want to when we get back into the settings. Right now, it's just verifying our connection set up properly. They all did this the same. There's our SSID to connect Wi-Fi devices. Blah, 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 blah. Okay, so in just a minute here, we're going to go to the main router page. We're going to be brought to it, and then we're going to check for firmware updates. Again, I don't know how old this router is. I don't know when it was refurbished, and when they renewed it or refurbished it, did they put the latest firmware on it? I have no idea. Keep your router updated. Now, see, that's a nice feature that's added to this higher end version of the TP-Link router. We can say, yes, auto updated at 3 o'clock in the morning is fine, and it'll just take care of it for us. In the meantime, I don't want to wait for that. So I don't care about any of this. It's noticing, it's intelligent. It says, we realize you plugged this into another router, which I have. And it can auto-configure itself. So I'm just going to say none of the above, leave it alone, skip that, and skip that. I'm going to go over here to update. A new firmware is available. We recommend to update the firmware to get better services. Update. It didn't tell me what it was updating, like what version do I have, what version am I going to? I mean, it doesn't really matter, but I'm just kind of curious. I'm kind of bummed out that the auto update, by clicking yes instead of going to the firmware page, if I'd have said no to that and then manually went to the firmware part of the router, it would have showed me what I have and what the new version is. Not that it means anything to me, I'm just curious. So I'm bummed out that it didn't present here's what you have and here's what the latest is. It just says, take our word for it. There's something newer than what you have. And that's all it says. Okay, that's fine. I mean, at the end of the day, that information isn't changing my decision or my process. I just like to know. All right, so would we get the operation failed? That means the router's disconnected because it's rebooting. That's perfectly normal. And so once again, it will restart here momentarily and then take us back to the login page. And it will retain all of our configuration settings. So if we set this router up a year ago and we have all these little configuration changes, back up your settings just in case somebody hits that reset button in the back, then it wipes all your settings out. And you'd have to put them all back manually unless you made a backup, which is a very tiny little file. Then you could restore that little tiny file, which puts all your settings back. Some people, all they're doing is setting their Wi-Fi name and password. Others leave it set for how it is from the factory and follow the sticker on the bottom of the unit, in which case they would not need to back up the router. Some other people do port forwarding and network address, specific network address translation instructions for certain game servers and things that might need that. There's lots of little changes you can make depending on how technical you are and what your desires are, or what your needs are. Most average consumers are not going to do that, and the need to back up the router for most people is unnecessary. But do know that on most modern routers, that is an option in the advanced section of the router. And it will literally be called backup/restore. But in most cases, firmware updates do not erase your settings. There may be exceptions from some manufacturers from time to time, but they usually warn you before you apply the firmware. They'll usually say you will lose your settings. Do you still want to continue? And then you have the option to back out of it and not go forward until you back up your settings. Okay, reboot takes a little bit longer on these fancier routers. Again, there's more bells, whistles, features. The firmware is physically larger, a little more complex. There's more to load. There's more resources being used. So the more you pay, the more you get. The downside is that does mean the firmware update is physically larger. It's a bigger download. It takes longer to apply. And the reboot and reinitialization will take longer. That's what comes with getting the latest and greatest. Okay, we're going to sign in here one more time. I'm going to go over to advanced this time, and then I'm going to go down to, now look, I don't see EasyMesh here. So let's go to, oh, EasyMesh is here. So we might have the latest version. It's just down here at the bottom. We'll go to System, Firmware Update. Let's just see what version we have. That's our current time. That doesn't help me. Online, 115 is our version, and our hardware version. Check for updates. Firmware is up to date. All right, look at that. Okay, now look, we can set this up as the main. That means we got to reset the other two. I don't want to do that. All we got to do is add this as another satellite. You want to guess how we're going to do that? Since we have the latest firmware on here, we see the EasyMesh is an option. I'm going to grab my little reset tool, and I'm going to set this back to out of the box. So there's back to factory defaults. Only the latest firmware now is on here. So with the power on, I'm going to find that little pinhole that says reset. I'm going to hold it in for about 5 seconds. I'm going to watch for the lights to start blinking. They might flash once, and I still hold it down. I'm not sure if anybody can see this. Power light just went out. I'm still holding it down. Power light's slowly blinking. I'm still holding it down. There, all the lights went out. Again, it could vary from one manufacturer to another, but 5 to 10 seconds. Just waiting for the light to blink, you're not holding it down long enough in most cases. So better to be a little extra cautious and hold it down up to 10 seconds. It won't hurt anything. And then give it a minute or two to restart. Now it's back to factory defaults. Okay, once this restarts, I'm going to give this over to Camera Girl, have her put it, where can we put this one? In the house? I think we should go outside of the house.
Okay.
Let me think. Where can we put this? What would be a challenge? The house isn't big enough to really have a point. I'm using both the power outlets in the garage, so I don't want to unplug anything from there. There's not a power outlet by the door. Tell you what, one of the worst rooms in the house would be a bathroom because it's got all the hair dryer and everything in there. Let's go to the furthest bathroom, the one attached to the master bedroom, to the opposite corner, which really isn't that far, but there's a lot of walls and plumbing, copper, and all the stuff in the bathroom, and there's an available outlet. So as soon as this is done resetting, yeah, it's good. I'm going to unplug, and I'm going to give you, which one is it? It's this one. So I'm going to just leave the power switch on. So all you have to do is plug it in and just go set it on the bathroom counter somewhere. Try not to get it wet. Wet and Wi-Fi don't go together. And then I'm going to take our other router and plug it back in, and it should reestablish the connection with the satellite since we didn't change anything. Turning it off doesn't, I mean, it's not going to work until we turn it back on, but we shouldn't lose any configuration. And it should reestablish communication with the other router. And then we'll attach that one as another satellite. And this will continue to be our main one because I don't want to start over again. So we're going to wait for that to initialize. Questions? Have I lost anybody? Anybody confused? Essential Working Too Hard said, I hope you enjoy this Amazon gift card. Thanks for all you do on your channel. Here's hoping I sent it to the right email. How about setting it in the attic? We don't have any power in the, well, I've never been in the attic, but I'm assuming there's no power outlet up there. But we could, with a mesh system, sure. Not a good place, but we could totally do it. A contribution from Peter Lycock. He says, hello, Carrie and Marlena. This is a Christmas present, so you can have Christmas dinner on me. Have a great meal on me. Happy Christmas, your friend Buster. Well, thank you so much, Peter. That's so kind of you. Yeah, I went out for a nice dinner last night, and that pretty much covers it. Right on. Look it.
Aww.
Yeah.
Thank you, Peter. Or Buster.
Buster. Unfortunately, I don't see an Amazon gift card delivered yet from Essential Working Too Hard. The email address is carrie@carrieholzman.com. So if you did not send it there, you can always go back to your Amazon order history and change that. Or if you did send it to the right address, sometimes Amazon could take a little while. So you might want to just check in with me to follow up and make sure that it did come in. But I appreciate the thought, and hopefully we'll see it. The connections to the back of the router are incorrect. Nice catch. That is right. The blue cable, so I'm working too quick. The blue cable should go into, sharp eye there. Thank you. That was from Arnold Albert in the chat room. The thin black cable is our internet cable. So that wasn't gonna establish a connection to the internet. It would still connect to the other router, but I wouldn't be able to pull the screen up on the Nook because it wasn't set up, the cables were in the wrong place. It doesn't matter which of these yellow ports I use for the blue connector that's going to the Nook, but it absolutely is essential that our source of internet, or WAN, wide area network, that cable must be in that port or we're not gonna get any internet. Okay, but I don't have to reboot the router or anything. All the lights are green, it's happy. So let's go back over to the Nook, let's log into this machine, and let's add another satellite to what we already have. So we'll verify that we still have the first satellite hooked up, and that by turning this off, we haven't lost any settings. And then the previous screen is still up. I have a bad habit of leaving this up when I'm switching things off, so it's important I close it and start again. And once again, with TP-Link, we just go to tplinkwifi.net. We don't have to know the IP address. ASUS has the same thing, and Netgear has the same. Netgear's like routerlogin.net, and ASUS is something else. So go in with my password. Oh, come on. No, I definitely screwed it up that time. I felt hitting the wrong keys. I forgot, this is the simple password. This doesn't require the extra characters, and I was putting the one from the prior router in. Okay, so I wasn't typing it wrong, I was just typing in the wrong one. Now, mesh devices. It does see our original C80. That's two C80s. This one that I'm using is a C80, and the other one that we did previously is a C80. Those are the $35 used routers. And our connection, yeah, just 3 bars there, but that's fine. That's fine. I want to add another mesh. How do we do this? We hit the add button and we add another router. It's going to be a router, not an extender or repeater. And I'll hit next. And then we get the same little instructions, but we've done this before. The instructions haven't changed since an hour ago or whatever it was when we did this the first time. Ideally, it will find another router. It's not going to find the one it already is attached to, for obvious reasons. Remember, all we did is reset the router back to factory settings and plug it in the wall. There's no cables plugged into it. So this is looking for any compatible EasyMesh device right now. And if it finds it, it will set all that up for us. Is it gonna work? Patience. Smiles, everyone. 3.5 hours on this broadcast, and I am just about done. We covered a lot of material here, and you'll see why I think now I selected TP-Link and not tried to show you different ways from ASUS and other manufacturers. Well, ASUS is pretty much the only other one that could do this, but I will make a separate video on ASUS's AiMesh, because ASUS has a lot more routers to pick from that support that than TP-Link has for EasyMesh. And TP-Link OneMesh, because it only works with their extenders, it doesn't work with other routers. I have no interest in it. Oh, look, it found our AX55. That's it. And I'm going to hit the add button and hit the add button, and it's adding it. And now we have 3 routers. We have 1 main and 2 satellites, and that is further creating another bubble. And I should have cancer by tomorrow at noon. No, it's the radiation levels that come out of these is very, very low power. That's why we need a mesh system. Can you imagine if we could just buy 1 router and have it just cover the whole block?
No.
Then you'd be worried about
Right.
radiation. But the radiation levels here is really no different than other electronic devices that emit
Stand
radio
in front of a
frequency.
satellite.
Yeah, just not a good idea, right? It's not going to hurt you to stand in front of a satellite, but I wouldn't like set out a lounge chair and make it a daily routine. However, the Federal Communications Commission, they have health standards and requirements that obviously could be abused, where normal usage wouldn't affect anybody. But yes, if you want to put one of these under your pillow and sleep with it every night with it powered on, there could be some adverse health effects to that, right? That's not the way it's intended to be used. And under normal usage scenarios, it should have absolutely no health effects whatsoever. And even if it did, people probably still do it because they wouldn't want to lose their internet access.
Right? I do that.
They'd be like, hey, you know what? It's worth it. People in their addiction to darn YouTube videos.
Wi-Fi
What's wrong with them? Huh?
Get your brain connected to Wi-Fi.
Elon Musk is working on a,
I know, Neuralink.
yeah, no, well, I mean, it's not intended for that, but it's got to get updates somehow, right?
Right.
All right, we're almost done. This does take a little bit. It is completely reconfiguring that router from the factory specifications. It's setting up the same SSID and password that we've used on the main router. And it's also telling the satellite in some way, shape, or form that we all talk together now. We're all on the same team. So they should all intercommunicate with each other as needed as you roam through your house or your building, from room to room, front yard to backyard, depending on how far your bubble or bubbles are covering, and seamlessly pass you off to one another as needed without you ever knowing it's happening. All you know is you have great coverage everywhere you go. Now, this is more complicated than a regular mesh Wi-Fi system, which is what I started with here with the Deco AX3000. That's even easier to set up and even covers more range. So, and you're pretty much looking at about the same cost. And each unit is smaller, doesn't take up as much room. And each of these units, of the mesh units, have 3 gigabit ports on the back. Uh-oh, unable to add this device. Try plugging this device in closer. Yeah, see, putting it in the bathroom did prove to be a challenge. And I'm glad that happened because it was getting a little too good to be true. So do me a favor, go and plug that just outside of the bathroom. Yeah, it'll probably be fine. Bathrooms can be very challenging areas for electronic devices. There's just a lot going on with lighting, electrical, and plumbing. The plumbing is usually quite often copper pipes, and then that's going to be embedded in the wall, and the signal's got to get through that. Now, that's not to say you can't put Wi-Fi in there, but you should be able to get Wi-Fi in there with not necessarily putting the Wi-Fi device in there. So putting the Wi-Fi device in the bedroom, it should cover the restroom just fine. It's just where it is, I'm guessing, is just too many obstacles in the walls. Now, it's quite possible that we simply move the router temporarily to get it added as a satellite, and then we can go put it in the restroom, and it'll probably be fine. It's just during the initial setup, they want the units close. I'm not sure why that is. It seems to me that if it should work, when it's not its setup, it should also work the same either way. If there are range issues, I would think they would be present in either case. However, TP-Link, for whatever reason, suggests you keep the router close by for the initial setup. Once it's set up, then you move it where you want it and then adjust it accordingly. But I don't know. My engineering brain just thinks if it's going to work where we put it, it should work, right? Regardless of we're in setup mode or not. So have you moved it yet?
Booting.
It's booting up. So let me go back to camera 1 here. We'll give that a minute to boot up and we'll come back and try again here in just a minute. Taco said, I've read that Wi-Fi has a very bad effect on insects. Well, maybe I won't need pest control anymore. Save me some money. Kelly Stewart says, Carrie, I just sent you an Amazon gift card. It should take a little bit to get to you. Hey, Kelly, thank you as always for your continued support. I hope you have a great holiday. I'll check the phone here just to see if anything's come through. We're waiting on boot up here on that other router since we moved it. And yes, Kelly, yours has come through. He says, Merry Christmas to you and your friends with a $50 Amazon gift card. Kelly, thank you for your generosity throughout 2022 and of course prior. And I know Kelly's had some challenges there between the California fires and an earthquake the other day, and it's been a little crazy. But glad to hear that you've avoided, being affected by that personally, apart from some having to stay away for a little while. And I hope 2023 is not that nature doesn't challenge you so much next year. But thank you as always. All right, is it booted?
Yes.
It's probably booted. Okay, let's go back over to to Nook. And one more time, we'll search for satellites. Search. I can't read what that word is right there. Oh, finish. All right, let's do it again. Oh, wait a minute, it added it. It is there. Connection is 0. Oh, there it goes. I think it lied. I think it was probably fine in the bathroom. I think I just needed to hit the finish button. Yeah. Look at that. I should have a third eye by tomorrow. Maybe start growing another arm. That's pretty cool how easy that was. And that's it. We don't have to configure these anymore. They're done. Now I can take a look at the signal strength. And if I'm focused just on looking at those bars and I want at least 4 bars, then I can take the one that's weak, move it up a little higher. Sometimes it's probably sitting on the floor. Did you put it on the floor?
Originally I did.
The one in the far bedroom.
Oh, that is not on the floor. No.
It's not on the floor. So what I was going to say, well, how high up is it?
About shelf height.
So, okay. If you can get it up above, however tall you are, get it up above. So when you're walking past it, you're not breaking the signal. Get it up higher. That may be all it takes to get it to an extra bar to go from 3 to 4. Maybe not. If not, you need to move it. You need to do one of 2 things. Move the one that's getting 4 bars closer to the main one, or move the main one a few feet over to get it a little bit closer to the far one. Or that far one is just not a good enough router. Take the more powerful router, like in this case, the AX55. Do me a favor, switch them around. Move the new one that you just put in to where the older one, the cheap one is, and move the cheap one to where the new one is. Well, let them reboot, and then we're going to check to see if now we're going to get 5 bars. Just switching the positions, putting the more expensive router, which has a stronger wireless radio, let's move that to the furthest area. And let's take the one that's the $35 router and move it a little bit closer. Just reverse them. And then it's going to automatically adapt after she moves them and plugs them in. We wait for them to reboot, and then we'll log. We don't have to log back in. I simply switch back over to this input, and the screen should auto refresh every so often, or we can hit the refresh button and see if we have, ideally 5 bars across both of them. That would be cool. Ryan contributes $2 Canadian in Super Chat. He says, we have a huge blizzard in southern Ontario right now. I'm jealous. That's what winter's about. It's about having this crazy winter storms. And we used to get that in Michigan and Detroit, and it's part of life, and I haven't dealt with that in 40 years and I miss it. But do be safe. Alan Lindust contributed earlier in Super Chat $7.77. He says, your cold Gatorade has not been opened yet. I'll buy you your next cold one anyway. Right on. Thank you, Alan Lindust. Xrod666 with a $2 contribution says, when do I start my OnlyFans page? Hey, for all you know, it's already up under a pseudonym. Could be. Concordia's Technology contributed $10 and said, here's some fake money, LOL. Hey, I'll take it. Thank you. Xrod666 Prior contributed $5. I'm catching up. I have missed a lot of these. I've been using a Wi-Fi repeater to get Wi-Fi into a couple of basement bedrooms. Now, hopefully the new Nighthawk router fixes that. I bet it does. You let me know. If you're using repeaters or extenders, sometimes, in most cases, all you have to do is replace your old main router and get rid of the Wi-Fi extenders and repeaters. You won't need them anymore in most cases. Mark Gaines contributed 30 pounds and said, wishing you a very Merry Christmas, Carrie. Thank you, Mark, as always, for your continued support. Jason H88 contributed $20 and said, if you were in Michigan, you could build a lot of snowmen. And I have. Yeah, for sure. I think I caught up to everybody. Ryan says that blizzard stretches all the way to Detroit, not Phoenix. Well, like I said, I'm sure when I was in Detroit, we shared a lot of the same storms back then. I do miss that, though. The Mother Nature and her wrath is always temporary, and afterwards, it's always very beautiful. There's the calm before the storm, but there's also the calm after the storm. It's just getting through the storm. And sometimes that's a great excuse to slow life down. Hey, we can't go anywhere. The roads are iced up or snowed in. Being snowed in it's nature's way to tell you to just take a minute. Just put your life on pause for a minute. Of course, as long as your internet's up, it may just be another day for you anyway. It would be for me.
Read a book?
Read a book?
Yeah.
Why would I do that when I've got internet? Luke Greenia says it's 27 degrees, windy, and snowing here in Vermont. Should be a great drive into work in the morning. Not. John Williams says it is 3 degrees here in Madison, Wisconsin, but there is light at the end of the tunnel. New Year's weekend should be above 40 degrees Fahrenheit. Happy holidays as well. Thank you, John, and happy holidays to you and to everybody. James Razzo with $20 super chat. Well, thank you, James. He says happy holidays. Of course, happy holidays back to you, my friend. Thank you so much for supporting the channel. Dom in the chat room says, here in Georgia, it's like 12 out there right now and 50-mile-an-hour winds. Ooh. That'll keep you awake, huh? I'm a little sleepy. Go step outside for a few minutes. That'll wake you up. Those should be rebooted by now, don't you think? Mm-hmm. Yeah, let's check. Let's go back over to the Nook here, and you don't have to physically check it. All right, when you do that, I'm going to go full screen over here and see what we got. Okay, nothing looks like it's changed, so let's refresh this page. It hasn't changed. Sometimes there's like on ASUS's routers, there's a button to optimize the mesh system. We have a modify button. What does that do? That doesn't seem to be helping us. It's still showing 3 bars, exactly the same as it was. What if I stand out of the way of this? What if the main router was placed a little bit higher up? I don't see a live update happening here. This seems pretty fixed.
Refresh.
It's not changing. It's easy enough to change the main router to a satellite. That's pretty cool. That's not so difficult. So let's do that. Oh, but then I'd have to log into the other one. And since I don't know the login name, it'll be back to default settings. So I suspect, I mean, that's pretty weird that we moved it and it's still the same bars. You know what? I'm going to take it out and add it again because it was significantly moved. Now that I've done this a few times, I'm pretty quick at it. And then when I do the ASUS routers, it'll be a completely different process, and I have none of this education will be benefiting me. This is strictly TP-Link's way, or at least EasyMesh. And again, EasyMesh is supposed to be
Easy.
well, it's supposed to be adoptable by all manufacturers who choose to. So TP-Link could work with ASUS or Netgear. Netgear chooses not to offer any of this. So really the only two players are TP-Link and ASUS when it comes to changing a router into a mesh point. Netgear says if you want a mesh, then buy a mesh. And if you want a Wi-Fi router, then buy a Wi-Fi router. Kind of stinks that Netgear does that because there's nothing in their routers apart from firmware programming that makes that decision. That is strictly a marketing decision. And I was really preferring Netgear over ASUS, but now, you know what? I am leaning more towards ASUS now because of that added functionality. It did show 5 bars on that screen prior, so it's going to re-triangulate and reattach, and we'll see what bars we have. Now, it will automatically do this in time anyway. It will self-adjust. I'm too impatient to wait. There also may be a TP-Link app we can download that may offer a feature to optimize the EasyMesh. I don't know, but sometimes there are features in the phone app that are not available on the router. No, it's back to 3 bars. So it was right the whole time. That didn't make a change. So do me a favor, take that C80 and let's move it just into the room next door. That means if we want 5 bars every room, we pretty much need to put one of these $35 routers into every room. That's how limited their range is. At 3 bars, it's still fine. But if you're like me and you're like, hey man, I want to see 5 bars in every room, then what you need to do is get yourself a proper mesh system. But if you're like, no, I'm not going to spend that, I'll buy these $35 ones. Well, there's 4 rooms plus a living room. So I'm going to need 5 of these. 5 of these times $35, we're now at the cost of this. And now we have 5 things that could need to be rebooted or updated, whereas these, you only update 1 of them and the other 2 get updated by default. So less things to go wrong, less things to diagnose, simpler setup, takes up less room, and at the end of the day, will cost you less money. Are you really saving any money by buying the cheaper one? Well, if this is way overkill, if you're like in a 600 square foot room, that's all you're going to need. If you live perhaps in a trailer, maybe one of these is all you need. What's the square footage of a trailer? So it really depends on your need. It also depends on how many devices you're connecting to it and what you're using it for. Are you using it for streaming Netflix and gaming at the same time and having a bunch of other devices, smartphones and tablets all connected? This may be overworked in that case, overloaded. Zdravko has been a member for 7 months. Right on, Zdravko. He says, hello there. What's up? For me, the holidays begin today. Happy holidays. I think the holidays begin today for most of us out there, but let's try to make every day a holiday if we can. But yes, tomorrow, Christmas Eve, Sunday, Christmas Day, next Saturday, New Year's Eve, next Sunday, New Year's Day. Mitch Morrison will join me Saturday afternoon. We'll have a little New Year's Day hangout, have a couple beers, hang out. No work. Hope you'll hang out with us New Year's Eve. Just like friends hanging out. No agenda. All right, that thing probably booted by now. Let me check it. I have to go full screen or I can't see it. It's 4 bars. Okay. Okay, that's 4 bars. Where did you put it? How far is it? It is, I have to look for it. It's just on the other side of the wall. It's not 20 feet away. It's got to be 15 feet away. It's only 4 bars, 15 feet away. But it is on the floor. Do me a favor, go over there and just hold it up. It's just on the other side of this wall that I'm standing in front of. So that's how weak these little $35 routers are, okay? Just so you know. Okay, give me a minute. Let it triangulate here, and I'm gonna force a refresh on the screen. Hey, it's 5 bars now. Just stay like that forever. All right, you can set it back down. See, so putting it on the floor versus holding it up, and we're just on the other side of the wall. That's not very far at all. It would have worked fine at 3 bars, don't get me wrong. But if I'm obsessing with 5 bars, because hey, anything less than 5 bars on a mesh system is unacceptable in my world. I'll take 4, but the only way I'm going to accept 3 is if it's a financial budgeting reason I can't get to 5. There it is. That's the TP-Link implementation of the EasyMesh system, not to be confused with TP-Link's OneMesh system. You don't want the OneMesh. You don't want that. No. Stop with the access points. Stop with the repeaters and the extenders. Just get a router that you can mesh, or buy a proper mesh system if you're having range issues. Once you put a modern Wi-Fi router in, or a proper mesh system in that's modern, all that other stuff go in the trash can. And I know people are like, oh, but it still works. If it's over 5 years old, it's a serious security concern, and it's so weak with the number of devices it can handle via Wi-Fi at the same time. It could bottleneck your whole system. So now you say, fine, I'll buy the new system, but I'm still going to keep this on the network. Anything connected to that takes your whole network back in time and defeats the whole purpose of that for anything connected to the old one. Don't use it just because you have it, unless you're willing to understand that that will bottleneck anything connected to it. So if you're saying, okay, so here's the deal, Carrie, I don't care what you say, I'm buying that. Yes, you're right, I don't need my extenders anymore, but you know what? I have a work room in the back, a little project tough shed in the back. I'll throw that in the tough shed, see if it works. It does. Okay, I realize that the connection is going to be bottlenecked in the tough shed, but it won't affect anything connected to these. I'm okay with it. So see, I didn't have to throw it away or throw it in e-cycling. Fine, that's fine. If that's how you're going to be. You could just buy another one of these and throw it in there for 80 bucks, you're done. But people are a little weird that way. I need my internet. I got to have my internet. I want it everywhere I need to go. It's so important to me. How much is it? I don't want to spend $80 though. Well, which is it? Is it important or is it not important? Is it a novelty? You can take it or leave it? Because if it's that drastic, I gotta have it. 80 bucks is nothing. It's gonna last you for years. It's not like it's $80 a month. You're probably paying more than that for your internet anyway. And your cell phone, you're probably paying more than that for your cell phone every month, or a pair of cell phones in the family. It's nothing. And unlike a monthly bill, you're paying for it once. It's done. And then you can grow. You can keep adding more Wi-Fi devices instead of overloading what you put in there just to get away with something, only to eventually have another problem you're going to have to deal with. It's so easy to be done with it. Do it right the first time. And then your future needs are pretty well taken care of for at least a few years versus trying to patchwork together stuff. However, if you're going to patchwork together stuff, get stuff that's designed to be patchworked together. So AiMesh by using ASUS products. EasyMesh with TP products. And let's improve our security. Let's improve our range. Let's improve our performance. Let's move away from these extenders and these repeaters. They're just adding complexity and they're bottlenecking your network. And you may never really realize how much your bottleneck is until you replace it and see what the difference is. Put a modern router in there. Remove the extenders if you're using them. Take them out. Just put a modern router in. Replace your router with one modern router. Give yourself a $200, reasonable $200 price point. your problems are solved and everything becomes faster and your range becomes further. And it was so easy. You'll be so glad you did it. And if I'm wrong, as long as you bought it from Amazon, just return it back to Amazon and get your money back. And then come back here in the chat and share your story either way. Let me know, what do you have? What did you buy? And was it a good experience? Are you glad you listened? Or am I full of it and you're never going to listen to me again? I can't predict what your needs are, but I can tell you, if you're still using extenders, if you're still using a router that's over 5 years old, I will almost guarantee you don't realize how much you're being slowed down by it. For most people, there'll always be exceptions. So, and then when you pay it, sure, it's a little painful in the pocketbook, but then it passes and you're good for, I mean, if you're using a router that's 5 years old now or older, you can expect the same out of the modern one, if not better. So, food for thought. Any final questions? In 5 minutes, I'm going to be 4 hours on this thing. So we're going to wrap things up here very, very shortly. So I'll give one last opportunity for questions. In the meantime, to all my friends in blue, thank you for all of your help and your support throughout 2022. My memberships that I started in, was it May? Some of you have been with me since May. Thank you so, so much. Remember, I'm still figuring out the whole membership benefits, starting with members only Mondays. My goal is every Monday at 1 o'clock my time, which is currently 12 p.m. Pacific, 3 p.m. Eastern, during half of the year. My goal is to make videos strictly for members. They're very small turnouts, like a dozen, 2 dozen people are typically in the chat room. So there's more intimacy, it's more personal. I'm not competing for finding people in the chat room, things are flying by. Everything slows down, everything goes, it's just a more intimate, more personal, I already said that, experience. And that's one of the benefits of being a member, among other things I'm going to be introducing. Members are different from subscribers. Members are different from moderators. Members pay the $9.99 a month, and I'm trying to make sure you're going to get your $9.99 a month worth. If you have suggestions for me as a member, I'd like to hear from you in the members only videos. Those videos will never be made public. They are strictly for members only. And I will dedicate every Monday for my members to make sure that they're getting something in return for going that extra mile to commit to those memberships, because without them, I guarantee you this video would not have been possible. The $70 those two routers cost, the $90 that one cost, that's going to take 27 memberships in 1 month to pay for that. Well, YouTube takes 30% of that. So it actually needs closer to 40 members just to cover this one, the expenses of this one video, not including the $200 mesh system, which I personally need for Studio B. I didn't need these routers at all, except to make content. And since I had this already, it was just good timing to show you the difference. And again, for all the viewers who are not members for any reason, they watch the videos for free, that's wonderful. Thank the members for this, because it's not on YouTube. They're not paying me very much. The payments have gone way, way down. Sponsorships, I've been very light on sponsorships. I'm trying not to turn this channel into a big commercial. I will remind you, for your own benefit, RoboForm is 60% off for new members until the end of the year. All Acronis software is 40% off using my coupon code, Kerry Holzman 2022, until the end of the year. I won't be mentioning this again after January 1st because the deals are done. So if you've been procrastinating or you didn't know, they're available for a limited time. It's a good savings and it's great software. RoboForm is a password manager. Acronis is backup and cloning software, as well as antivirus if you want to use it as that. Folks over at VIP CDK deals all year long, I always have Windows and Office keys that are legit, that are guaranteed to work. They're available all year round. And of course, they run specials this time of year. Usually, coupon code is Kerry. Who am I forgetting? Instant House Call. Well, I don't have a formal sponsorship arranged with them. I do mention that if you're a computer technician or you help friends and family, the remote access for instant house calls is very affordable, and it's designed for computer techs. It's not just remote access software. It's got built-in tools designed to help do common repairs that people would need to call a technician for that can be done online. So that has a 15-day free trial. All the software has free trials. You don't have to take my word for anything. The routers, when purchased from Amazon, I get a small commission if you use my link. Amazon, as you probably well know, make returns very easy. You have peace of mind in everything. Everything is guaranteed. There's trials of Acronis, trials of RoboForm, even a free version of RoboForm, and a trial version of Instant House Call. So you can decide for yourself. You don't have to. I'm not sitting here twisting your arm. It's not a hard sell. And so with all of that, it's combined, it's being able for me to purchase things, to make content. And I appreciate the members so much. Thank you guys so much for that. And I hope you'll join me this Monday at 1 o'clock, December the 26th. I will have a members only Monday. Again, as a reminder, Mitch Morrison will join us on New Year's Eve Saturday. He'll be here in the afternoon. We'll probably start around our usual time, 1 o'clock. As for Tuesdays, Wednesdays, and Thursdays, who am I, Gordon Ramsay? As for Tuesdays, Wednesdays, and Thursdays, I can only broadcast as my schedule permits. I still run a computer repair business. Sometimes I get phone calls from customers that need help. Sometimes it's 5 minutes. Sometimes it's 5 hours. I had one the other day. I was just ready to leave. The phone rang, and I had to call and cancel the appointment I was going to. I was on the phone over an hour. That was not scheduled. It just happened. That does happen. When I have the availability and I have the content, then I will make videos Tuesdays, Wednesdays, and Thursdays accordingly, but there's no rhyme or reason to it yet. So what is guaranteed are the members only Mondays and the Friday live shows. Anything that happens in between or on the rare occasion on the weekend is just because time and content permitted that to happen. Just by coincidence, the folks over at Minis Forums sent me the machine I was drooling over, the Nook i7X. I asked for a bare bone, so I have to put my own RAM and storage in it. Does that mean there's a video tomorrow? Christmas Eve Nook build? Maybe. The Nook i7X, I'm going to just show it to you, and then I'm going to leave. I'm over 4 hours already. Look what you made me do. Hold on, I got to find it. Where is it? Minis, this keyboard. Minis Forum Nook i7X. Come on, Google, don't fail me now. Minis Forum, all products. Okay, let's go to the screen share now. Check this out. It's this one. Oh, okay, this thing is so cool. I'm so excited about this. I don't get too excited with this stuff, but this one is so different. It's basically like they took a laptop motherboard that has like connections for a webcam and speakers. Anyway, it's probably not too far from what they really did. There's a lot of like connectors on this motherboard that aren't being used, like to a monitor and stuff. And what they've done is they've stuck it into this really skinny, tall desktop computer. It's about the size of a book, like a hardback book. And it's got an RTX 3070 graphics card, but the laptop one, not the desktop one. So you want to talk about a gaming machine. And yeah, it's pricey. I mean, you're looking at over $1,000 just for the bare bone version of this, right? But you're looking at an i7 11800 processor, the NVIDIA 3070 GPU. And then I'm going to put in like 32 gigs of RAM. In fact, I think what Amazon dropped off earlier was the RAM I needed. And I'll throw an M.2 in there, and we're going to just try this bad boy out. Because I've never seen anything that looked like this.
I thought you were going to do 64, not 32.
No, I decided, I think 64 for me is a waste of money. Honestly, 64 was $150, and 32 gigs from Team, I think it's Team, was $72 and had same day delivery. So yeah, the machines I've got 64 gig in, it's just more opportunity for bad RAM. If I'm only using 26, 27 gigs, anything above that is a complete waste of money if you're not using it. And it's twice the price, more than twice the price. So anyway, maybe tomorrow. Otherwise, Tuesday would be the soonest. I won't do a members only on this because that's not fair for everybody else. But thanks to the folks over at Minis Forum for sending me the unit to review. This is not their newest unit, and they were reluctant. They want to send me new stuff like that hasn't come out yet. And I'm like, well, I want that too, but I really, really, really want this. And I'm like, look, you guys don't have to populate it with RAM and storage because they're sending it to me for free, and I don't want it to cost them $1,500 or whatever their cost is. So we're going to do this one very soon. I'm so super excited, and that will probably stay on my desk here indefinitely as my machine that I go to. Like I've been going to this Nook over here, which is fine. It gets the job done, but that's just cool. I don't need the 3070, but it's cool. This is purely an emotional decision, and the opportunity was there. And I'm like, yes, please. All right. All right, guys, listen, for any reason, if I'm not broadcasting tomorrow, I sincerely hope you have regardless of what holiday you celebrate, if any, I hope you have a happy, safe weekend. And I hope, for any reason whatsoever, that you have joy this weekend, regardless of the holiday. And, joy is half of your responsibility, okay? Not how the reaction to other people. You can choose to, I'm going to be happy today, darn it. I don't care how upset it makes me. I will have a good day. And I do wish that you do have a wonderful weekend. If I don't see you, members, I hope to see you Monday at 1 o'clock my time. And everyone else, I will definitely be back at no later than Friday, but ideally, the week between Christmas and New Year is traditionally very slow for my company. So if everything goes well, Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday. I mean, I have the content. We have the meats. We have the mesh. Thanks for watching. Thanks to all my friends in blue. Again, all my members, all the contributions, the gift cards, Buster, John Jack, Wilson, Luke Greenia, all my regular viewers and contributors. I would name you all if we could be here another half an hour. So if I didn't name you, it's not on purpose. It's just what's in front of me. Rick Lakes, Stealth Mode, Terry, and Vital Visions, Ricky B, all of you. I hope I'll be back tomorrow for another video. Just in case I'm not, have a happy holiday. I will see you very soon. Bye for now.